I can tell I'm tired because I almost read that as hemorrhoids.
It's a different game.
That's a game you play when you're older.
You need a
Yes.
special kind of pillow for that.
Shoot the core cast.
So am I.
Welcome to Shoot the Corecast, the official companion podcast to the RF Generation Shmup Club. This is a family-friendly, shmup-themed podcast that summons so many fish to the dish, you'll think you're looking at Aquaman. I'm Addicted, also known as Addicted to Shmups, and with me is...
MetalFRO, also known as Game Boy Guru. And if you would like to connect with the podcast, you can do so in a number of ways. We have our Twitter or X account at ShootCoreCast. You can follow me directly there at Game Boy Guru. We're also on Blue Sky now, so look up Shoot the Corecast on Blue Sky. And links to all of our different feeds and everything is on our Linktree page. That's linktr.ee/shootthecorecast. And at the top of that, you'll also find a link to our Discord where you can come join in the fun, play along with us, share your high scores, and cheer each other on, and kind of stay up to date with what's going on with the Shmup Club and the podcast. And also follow me on Twitch, where I do stream the Game of the Month multiple times throughout every month. And that is twitch.tv/Guru Game Boy. And we will also need to welcome a special guest with us who will be joining us for this journey through the game we're talking about this month. And that is none other than Goji Guy. Welcome.
Hello, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, well, we will definitely appreciate your expertise here.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've played through pretty much every Darius game that that I can think of, and I've got a YouTube channel, Control All Monsters, but my day job is making video games for 13am Games. So I was the director of Dawn of the Monsters and Runbow.
Oh, very cool.
Very nice.
Okay, so now's the part where I hang my head because Runbow for the Wii U is still on my pile of shame.
Does that mean you have a copy, but it's just unplayed?
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. I need to get around to it at some point, though.
You got to get a party of people over. That's the best way to enjoy that game.
Oh, okay. That'll be a little hard, but well, I might have to do that because it looks like fun.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like a 9-player couch game. So
Oh, cool.
yeah.
Okay. Well,
I pay money to see that, where every person has a dog on their shoulder.
yeah. Well, I only have the 2, and one is not a shoulder dog. So,
BYOD,
I'll have
bring
to-
your own dog.
well, yeah, bring your own dog. Exactly. I decided not to do a question of the month this time because I feel like we're going to be pressed for time. There's going to be a lot to talk about, and also because we've had to delay recording and scheduling and all that, we have a ton of news to cover. So first, let's quickly talk about our focus shot game for 2024 and spend a few minutes on that. And that is Espgaluda 2, as regular listeners will know. Before I jump into that, I was going to ask you, Goji Guy, have you spent any time with Espgaluda 2?
I have actually, not a ton, but as we were speaking earlier, this summer has been quite busy, and I've
Yeah.
been doing a lot of traveling. So I brought my Switch and my flip grip and my copy of Espgaluda 2, and in between, I mean, last month I was playing a ton of Darius, but I have been playing some Espgaluda 2. Really, I'm not super familiar with the game. I did play some Espgaluda 1. I've got that on my PS2. And I I've just barely scratched the surface of the game, but it almost made me feel like I should go back and try to clear Galuda 1 first, because I feel like Galuda 2 is building off a lot of what that game was starting. But I'm interested what you folks think so far.
Sure. Well, yeah, and I've heard the general consensus is that Galuda 1 was Cave taking a step back and saying, maybe we should make a game that's a little easier, so that it's not so brutal. And then that's what they did. And then with Galuda 2, the pendulum swung quite a ways in the other direction. And actually Galuda 2, I think the arcade version is one of their more difficult games. And yeah, I've definitely struggled with the arcade version, but I am pleased to report that as of about 3 hours ago, not quite 3 hours ago, I have now cleared Galuda 2's arrange mode.
Nice. Congrats.
Yeah, I came home.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, I was wondering why that meeting you were in took so long.
No, I came home from work and fired it up, was going to do some more practice because I've been hitting it hard the last few days. And I got right in and I did one run. And literally on that one run, I managed to clear the game. So I'm pretty stoked about that. And I was having some conversation then about it on the Discord with Corkman, who said he thought that the Omake mode was maybe even easier than Arrange. So I might jump on that next just to see if I can kind of quickly bang out the clear. And then I might look at Black Label and see what that's all about. Because if I can get a couple of these modes out of the way, because I did the novice mode. I think I 1cc'd that in my first try. In the novice mode in the game is like a lot of the other Cave novice modes, is pretty basic and pretty easy. But yeah, Arrange is interesting, and I've mentioned this before, but I guess I'll just recap that. Arrange is interesting because there are 3 main bullet types in the game. When you're in your standard game, you have blue bullets and red bullets, and your main shot, your regular fire, clears blue bullets, and your focus shot clears the red bullets. And by doing so, once you start earning gems, then clearing bullets will net you gems. And then you can use those gems to go into Kakusei to then destroy enemies and convert their bullets to gold. One of the things that I discovered through this process is when you go into Kakusei, if you have gold, but then you run out of gems, then you go into what's known as Kakusei Over. And what that does is effectively ranks up the bullets that you're receiving. All the bullets turn red, but your fire will cancel bullets and turn into gold that you get for score. The difference is like when you're in Kakusei, normally you spend gems in order to cancel bullets to get gold. But when you're in Kakusei Over, you spend gold from your stock, and then bullets get canceled for bonus gold, which then adds up for your score. And that's really where the meat of the scoring in the Arrange mode is, where you can set up times when you will be able to rack up a large amount of gold and then whittle your gem count down, and then activate Kakusei Over so that you can spend your gold stock, or most of your gold stock, in order to cancel bullets and just get massive scores. And so I ended up with something like 330 million or something like that. Which, funny enough, in that mode, by default, you get an extend every 100 million points. And so I had reached one extend by the time or before I got to the final boss, the TLB. And as I defeated the TLB, I was about 10 million points away from a second extend. But of course, the bonus that you get at the end for the lives you have in stock and, destroying the TLB plus the score tally from all the gems and gold that you get during that fight and the subsequent, or the previous stage 6 and stage 6 boss fight, it added up to quite a bit. And so I went from 190 million to 330 some million or whatever it was. So you can rack up insane scores. What was it? It was either Corkman or Anime Girl in the Discord shared a video yesterday or the day before, I think, showing off some just insane scores in that mode, because you can really go ham on it and just set up all these different opportunities to use Kakusei over. The thing I found out, though, got to be careful, because if you allow your gold stock to deplete completely, then there's a cooldown period. And during the cooldown period, even if you collect gems, you can't go into Kakusei again. So then when you try to use it, it will spend your energy meter on the guard barrier. So definitely something to keep in mind if you're going to approach a range, especially if you're going to approach it for score. Definitely need to make sure that you always try and leave a little bit of gold at the end so that you can manually come out of Kakusei over and cancel it yourself rather than just running out. But yeah, I would recommend the arrange mode quite a bit, because it's a lot of fun. The ability to cancel the bullets means that your routing can be a lot more relaxed. And once I record my replay of the run, you'll see I spent a lot of time just kind of hanging out at the bottom of the screen, going left and right, and going between focus and unfocus, or staying in focus and just sort of letting up on the shot button here every once in a while to let out a spread, because I played as Taito, just to cancel the blue bullets and keep myself out of danger.
Nice. I think I might actually start with that mode instead of arcade, because I don't have enough Galuda experience to hop right into that.
Right. Well, an arcade is very difficult. Yeah. I mean, when I was starting it up, on a good run, I could get to stage 3, and on a really good run, I could get to the stage 3 mid boss, but that's usually when things kind of fell apart. What about you, Addicted? Have you got to spend any time with that here the last few weeks?
Sort of. It's been so busy. I hate to say this, because I know that I expect more from myself, and I know our listeners do. But I've just been extremely busy, and then I made the mistake of trying the Elden Ring DLC, and Duke will be happy to hear that. But I think he's about the only person. So between swearing at Elden Ring, and I did play a little bit of Espeluna 2, and I'm still stuck on arcade between stage 3 mid boss and stage 4 boss. That J. Jonah Jameson Transformer or Final Form boss, whatever the heck that thing is definitely.
Oh yeah, the stage 4 boss.
Yeah, you haven't seen my Final Form get me pictures of Spider-Man boss. Yes.
Right.
That one, that stage 4 really ramps up and starts kicking my butt in arcade. But, if I can survive Gradius 3 in arcade, I can survive this. So I'll keep trying.
Okay, well, let's move on to shmup news that you can use. There's a brand new shooter from Panda Indie Studio called Road Punk Mayhem that just released today on Steam. And if the past slate of Panda Indie Studio games is any indication, we are likely to see that on Switch and PS4 at a minimum. And it's also possible that may end up getting a physical down the road.
Is this the same people who did Project Starship? Am I thinking the right
It
people?
is.
Okay, so then two things are going to come out of this. We're going to come out with really, really wacky stuff like Space Texas, and then it must involve Cthulhu or hitting Cthulhu somewhere.
I don't know. This is more of a Mad Max type of thing.
Oh, is this like a Road Avenger, the shmup? If so, that would be great.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's like Dead End City that came out last year, but in the Panda Indie Studio style, less Galaga 88 as Mad Max and more Project Starship X as Mad Max.
Is there a word for that kind of shmup where it's actually like on the ground, on foot or on vehicle?
I don't know. It's a good question.
There's quite a few like that. I mean, like Guange, obviously, and I guess sort of like Pocky and Rocky.
Sure, yeah. Pocky and Rocky or Last Duel by Capcom is a good example. Gunsmoke. It's another Capcom one where you're literally on foot.
Yeah,
there's quite a few of those.
Quite a few of them.
Yeah.
A sub-genre.
Silkworm sort of does that line.
Right.
Where you get both. Yeah.
From a horizontal perspective, yeah.
I'm trying to think what weird thing can we coin here. Like, we'll call
food 'em up, like foot 'em up. Except that's in a car.
Food 'em up. I like that. That'd be a good one for Gunsmoke or stuff like that.
Gas guzzling shmups. I don't know I don't know. I'm trying to think of a. Yeah, there's got to be a subgenre. Like if they came out with manic mayhem. I don't know. There's some sort of dumb term we could coin here with.
That's all right. As long as it's part of the genre we all love, we can just keep playing those shmuck up games.
The shmuck up games. There's a question of the month for next month on there. What would you call a shmup that involves just ground vehicles?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You call it Jackal and call it a day. No, I don't know. All right.
It's Jackal and Hyde.
Oh, jeez. No, I will not play that game. No. The AVG ended enough on that game. All right. M2 CEO Naoki Hiyori staffed an interview with Touch Arcade. That is, the company is always looking for opportunities to bring their titles to Switch. When asked about the possibility of some M2 STG releases, such as Battle Garega and Daggum Fever Run. Every time your stream's not keep calling Daggum Fever Run. Thanks.
Dang nabbit.
Talking about that. Daggum old Fever Run, man.
Thank you, Boomhauer.
Yeah, I saw this interview, and it was very much like a very tactful answer, because I don't know why those games aren't on Switch yet. I got to assume that it's maybe a money thing of some kind. But
yeah, I would imagine. I mean, even though Switch prints money, as the joke goes, a company like M2, their margins are going to be small. Yeah. And so while there's going to be a sizable audience in relativity to the economies of scale pertaining to the shmup audience, with the Switch, they still obviously have to put in additional work to probably port and optimize a game like that so that it runs to their standard.
Yeah.
And when they're doing a game like Espgaluda, not Espgaluda, Esperade, or when they did, what's the other one that they did that has come out on Switch? DOJ.
Oh yeah, DOJ. Yeah.
They can do those in tandem because those were out at the time. But of course, they weren't really working with that platform at the time that Dangun Fever Run came out, or Tetsui. And especially Garega, because that came out in 2016 before the Switch even released.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it makes sense that they would not just rush to put those out. I do think they would sell, but
I think if you read the actual English translation, I think he said, "In a world where plumbers don't wear ties can come to the Switch, anything's possible."
Yeah, I think he did say that actually.
Yeah.
Add Shoot is a forthcoming vertical shooter from Boxty Limited. In the game, you shoot fictional ads like those seen before YouTube videos. It's set for a November 4th, 2024 release date. That sounds very cathartic to me. I think that I kind of need that.
Yeah, it could be kind of a fun little meme shmup.
Wait, fictional ads? I can't actually shoot the real ads on there? Heck, I'd disable my ad blocker on YouTube if I could shoot the ads and save some time.
Either that or need to shoot the ads.
Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking, I think we've all seen enough Linus Tech Tips video to maybe even shoot the beginning of the video there. How close can you get on there? Can you get a no miss for shooting all the sponsors?
Right. You can shoot the ads, like this ad from our sponsor.
Yeah, I'd still shoot the ads there. Disable YouTube, my ad blocker on there. Either that or that. What's that Chrome browser one with the dinosaur that continuously jumps cactuses? Didn't that actually get submitted to Summer Games Done Quick or something like that?
Seriously? I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
I won't be surprised either. Oh, to stop giving them dumb ideas. All right.
Let's see. Toaplan Arcade 3 is coming for the Evercade, which will feature Batsugun, Batsugun Special Version, Outzone, Fixate, Tatsujin 2, Vimana, and Gox. And that is slated for a November 2024 release. And then also coming November 2024 is the Data East Arcade 2 collection for Evercade, which will include the arcade versions of B-Wings, Last Mission, and Super Real Darwin.
See, the problem that I have with... I really want to like the Evercade and the Evercade idea. I think it's a neat idea. But every time I get close to hitting the button and saying taking my money, it just... something always hits where it's just not right. Either the emulation is off, or they've come out with like a new way you just insert into a toaster or something and it plays. There's like always some sort of weird new gimmick machine. You wonder, is this the one that's actually going to play it well, or am I just going to stick to my Mister? I mean, I want to support the company. I like this type of stuff, but at the same time, I wonder if this is sort of like, oh yeah, we ported it from the Java version that came out for the Motorola Razr. I like the idea, but the execution, at least on some of the earlier ones, has been pretty lacking. I'm hoping that things will settle down now that they've got because they have those two new arcade machines coming out, right? And then they have the new handheld version, and then they've got the new console, and the new console supposedly has upgraded specs.
Oh, there you go.
So I hope it works out well for them. I really do, and I hope that because I would like to see more of this. I just don't know how quality of a product this is going to be based upon their past history and what I have seen from there. And the limited market that they're playing in, right? If you're dealing with someone who really wants to play these games, I wonder if they've already going to emulate them, or if they're already going to play them if they are on Switch or on the eShop, right, with the Arcade Archives, or if they're just going to play them on MAME, or if they're going to try and go to a Mister. The people who are interested in playing this type of titles are going to be the enthusiast crowd, and those enthusiast crowd are probably already have alternative ways of playing them. Now, this is a legal way to play them, and I like it. I just don't know how much of this they will sell.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a novelty, I guess.
Yeah.
I haven't played one because I don't know what the emulation quality is like, and that was my number one question, is like, how accurate is the emulation? What's the input lag? All that kind of thing. I couldn't find information online about that stuff. And I do wonder, like you said, with the bar top coming out, I saw the arcade bar top, and I was like, oh, like that's kind of neat. That might convince me to finally dip my toe into the Evercade world, but I'd like to know how it performs. So hopefully someone buys it, reviews it, and goes in depth on that stuff, because it's not cheap.
No.
Yeah, we need a hero. Let's call Mark MSX. He can probably get a
see if
couple.
he can get sponsored. Let's see if Mark can get sponsored to do that. Also, I want to say, when I first saw this announcement, I mistook B Wings for Boogie Wings and got really excited. And I was like, I'll buy it right away. And it's, oh wait, it's B Wings. It's not Boogie Wings. Hopefully Boogie Wings is coming.
Yeah, if they did Boogie Wings and the emulation was solid, that would be an insta-buy, I think.
Great. Now I got Boogie Shoes playing in my head. Thank you, everybody. Boogie Shoes or B-Wings, all I could think about is B-Storm. Hey, what is with shmups and bees? Is there something somewhere that's on Render Roll you have to have the word letter B or something, or bees actually in your shmup?
Actual bees?
I don't, yeah. Well, B-Storm, Dodonpachi 2, B-Storm, yep.
Yep.
I don't know. All right. Before someone starts making more B shmups, let's move on to the next one here. Over Horizon Cross Steel Empire is finally set to launch on PS4, PS5, and Nintendo Switch. I don't know why, but I've almost read that as Nintendo. Nintendo Switch. On July 18th, no word on an updated release window for physical reproductions of both games from Strictly Limited yet. I swear I felt like Einen Games already released this, didn't they?
So,
no,
they released a standalone physical of just Steel Empire, like the 3DS/PC version on Nintendo Switch, and then Strictly Limited has, I think it's called Steel Empire Chronicles. And it's supposed to have Steel Empire, like the remastered PC 3DS version, the Genesis version, the GBA version, and Over Horizon all on one cartridge. And in classic Strictly Limited fashion, that just keeps getting delayed every time we get up to the release date. I checked before the call, and it was supposed to be like, I want to say May, now it's July, August. So when August rolls around, it'll probably become September, October, and then when that rolls around, it'll get pushed again. And then the Repro Genesis cart, which I really want, I'm not even sure if they've done any updates for that. Everything's been delayed from Strictly Limited, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, at least they're not dispatch games.
One of those times when I'm glad I didn't pre-order that. Of course, I pre-ordered the collection, but I already have the original Genesis release, so I didn't need the repro. But yeah, I was glad I didn't buy the repro to double dip.
Yeah, I want the repro, but I also don't know if I trust Strictly Limited to finish making these games. So I might wait till it's in stock, because once it's in stock, they do ship it pretty quickly and all that stuff. But will it get in stock? I don't know.
I'm still hoping that. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, Strictly Limited does have tons of delays. Everyone sort of puts the limited run games up as the gold standard just because they are delayed several times and do make mistakes, but they ship on a pretty regular basis. And Strictly Limited sort of has a habit of biting off more than they can chew, where they delay things. But it's compared to some of the other ones, like First Press or stuff, they're just miles ahead there. They're not great, but unfortunately, it could always get worse.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. They Strictly Limited hasn't released a game for, I think, over a year? Maybe a year and a half. They haven't actually shipped a product. So people are getting worried if something's gone wrong. They seem pretty cagey about it, but they're still selling their in-product stuff. So, like the stuff that's in stock.
Right.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to clear out the warehouse, and maybe that is to build up funds.
Maybe,
but
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I was trying to think we've got limited run games, strictly limited games, dispatch games if you even count them, and first press games, super rare games, and then our label limited demand games. So I think
You keep saying
that's
that you're
enough.
going to will it into existence.
I'm trying there, just like you're gonna will into existence that T-shirt, Brass Pro Shmups, like that's not gonna be taken down every 3 months by a bot.
Well, it's back up again, so go buy it if you want one.
I got my hat. Actually, I got 2 hats from the original first
nice.
run too. So
Oh, you got the original design?
yeah.
Oh, very cool.
All right. Next year we've got Topple Zip, the PC-88 shmup racing hybrid game from developer Both Tech, released on the Egg console service June 26th. The original game also released on the MSX, Sharp X1, PC-98, X7, and Famicom in 1986.
Yeah, I've never seen footage of this or anything. I just saw some screenshots, but kind of cool that this predates Shippumaho Daisaksen by quite a few years
Wow.
as a shmup racing hybrid.
Yeah, I've never heard of this game either. I think it's pretty cool that we're getting these games released on the Egg console service. Just
Yeah.
games that I've never heard of. Even I think the original version of Sylpheed got released, right? It's
Yep.
neat to see these games preserved like this.
Yeah, I definitely need to go and buy that Sylpheed version so that I've got it when we get around to covering that game. That way I can compare it to the Sega CD release.
Okay, Topple Zip came out for the FDS. That was one of the reasons why I'm not that familiar with it. Trying to get that system to work on there is just, you stand in front of it, you pray, you try. You stand in front of it, you pray, you try. The Famicom disc do not like me.
Ah,
Maybe I need to get Duke Togo involved. No, it's just that darn belt to that system on there. It's like it's a rubber band, and then as soon as it breaks, trying to find someone to repair it.
You might as well replace it.
Well, yeah, I have the darn the emulator, the flash drive that you stick on the thing, but I just I'm sorry to say I just never bothered with. I bought it, but never bothered with it. The collector's lament.
yep. Nihanobasa is the latest in a series of free shooters from Nizikashi, available on itch.io now. It is a horizontal danmaku with a chunky pixel art style and flashy presentation, as is pretty typical of Nizikashi's games.
You have me at chunky pixel.
Huh.
Natsumi and Atari registered a trademark for Cybernetic Attack Final Mission last year. Wow, that's a long title. Cybernetic Attack Final Mission. Why? This almost sounds like a weird... Sorry.
That's two names for the same game. Because you remember, we got SCAT here in the U.S. and then in Japan
right.
they got Final Mission, Special Cybernetic Attack Team.
Ah.
And so the speculation is that because of some of the other Natsume games that have recently received these kind of reimaginings, modern kind of new takes on some of their old games like Shadow of the Ninjas that's coming out or stuff like that, that there's a possibility that maybe Final Mission, aka SCAT, is going to get similar treatment, kind of be brought into the now with a updated pixel graphics look, 16:9 presentation, etc.
All right, yeah, that would make sense. I don't know how... Harvest Moon Cybernetic Attack. That just doesn't flow as well.
No, not so much.
Although it looks like here that Konami has also apparently refiled for several of the titles, including Alexei Pachinko, Zazek's Pachinko, and Proteus Pachinko.
Oh my.
Yeah, what you have to do is you have to load up this card on their health spa. It keeps track of all the Pachinko balls that you've got.
I saw this in the news about them refiling for trademarks, but isn't that kind of just like common practice, or did they refile in some interesting way? Because otherwise, I mean, they kind of have to keep up the trademarks.
Right.
Right. In Konami's case, I suspect it's just them keeping their trademarks up. But the Natsume one, I have a suspicion that they're actually going to do something with it, like we've seen with some of these other
Yeah,
games.
because that's like a new title, basically.
Yeah.
Cool.
Although I don't think Konami would be too out of line if someone were to do, similar to the Gradius, or not Gradius, I'm sorry, the Contra or the Castlevania collections. If someone were to slap a whole bunch of ROMs on a cartridge or a Blu-ray and call it a day, similar to what we saw with those collections that were coming out. Those weren't M2; those were done by Digital Eclipse, right? So it wouldn't surprise me if we were to saw some more of those coming out.
Wasn't one of them done by Hamster?
Yeah.
Was it Hamster?
They've done a couple of those.
Arcade Anniversary Collection, I think, was a Hamster joint.
Yep.
Yep.
So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw some more of these where they slapped a bunch of titles on disc and called day. Right? You could even bring forward the PSP ports that were done of the Gradius. Was it Gradius, Parodius, and Twinbee? Were those the three that came up for the PSP?
I believe so.
Yes.
If they brought those forward and made people pay for them again, that's perfectly fine. With Konami stuff, they'll gladly do as many times as people will pay for it. Look at the Castlevania Advance collection.
Yeah. And I mean, they also own the rights to all the Hudson stuff, too, so they've got no shortage.
Yeah, I could see if... I mean, Konami's publishing Signy, All Guns Blazing. And if that does reasonably well, with them refiling for Axelay, for example, since a lot of the appeal of that game is kind of the flashy presentation, I could see them farming out either a pseudo sequel or a reimagining of that game with an updated graphical style, in kind of a Contra Operation Galuga sort of way.
Yeah, possibly.
Because that was one of their more popular titles during that era.
Yeah.
Oh, please no Contra Operation Galuga. I'm sorry, but I like Way Forward and I like their games, but that one was definitely a miss for me. That was a run and shrug.
I haven't even had time to try it yet.
Oh, well, to give you a quick explanation of the biggest problem is the gameplay is all built upon the fact that to keep things fair to new players, they built in a life bar, right? So all the situations, everything's built upon the life bar. You can turn on the one hit, one death, but if the whole game is built upon you expecting to get hit because you got a life bar, you can see where they could quickly cause problems.
Oh, it's got like unavoidable stuff,
right.
Or like
some of that stuff may be even if you know it's there, it may be really hard to deal with because they expect you to, you took a hit, but in this case, you took a hit, you're dead. Right, so it's not balanced enough for that, and that's really hard to do. So in that, and I think within the first couple minutes of the game, there's like 20 lines of dialogue or something. The game stops a lot so that we'll tell you the story.
That's kind of weird for a Contra.
Yeah. It just feels like this wasn't what you'd expect out of Way Forward game. If they hadn't set the bar so high, I don't think it would be that much of a disappointment. But those two things stood out to me the most. The fact that they had a light bar and expected you to sort of get hit, and then every time something would happen, they had to stop and talk about it.
Huh. So it's not Contra 4.
No, it's not. The closest thing I think we'll ever get to Contra 4, at least at this time of recording, has to be Blazing Chrome.
Yeah, I did play a little bit of that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's available right now on the what the heck? I think the bundle's still going at this point, but Humble Bundle has one with Penny's Big Breakaway. It's games done quick, Blazing Chrome, Dishonored, a whole bunch of stuff. If you pay $20, which I think works out to be about $3 per game, you get 7 or 8 games, and Blazing Chrome's part of that.
Oh, nice. Okay, we got STG Weekly number 206, released in late June, covering Galuda.
There we go. We don't even need to do the podcast. Something we could just throw that in, right? No discussion for next year.
They did it for you.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, sort of like that. What was it that South Park Simpsons did it? Let me just say SDG Weekly did it.
There you go. Yuzo Koshiro continues to show off footage and audio for his forthcoming Mega Drive shooter Eartheon, and it is looking fantastic.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game. Like I'm a big Genesis shooter fan, and this game looks awesome. And I think he also confirmed it's coming to modern platforms too, but I definitely want a Genesis card.
Oh, most definitely.
The Atari 50 compilation will be getting a major update later this year, which will add 39 additional games. No official word yet on which games will be added, though it's expected to include some M Network titles for the Atari VCS, given Atari's recent acquisition of the Intellivision brand. Now, I have to say, I recently tried this out, the Steam version of it, the Atari 50, and the presentation's top notch. This is something that I really enjoyed. The emulation from play was great. The video, behind the scenes videos, were good, although they are not safe for work and they are not safe for kids. They were talk about drugs and stuff at Atari, which, I didn't want young kids to go, hey kids, this is how it started out in the beginning. In the beginning, there were drugs, and they produced these games. Although it does make some stuff like that, some of the stuff at Atari make more sense. I guess that maybe why Yar's Revenge became as no. There was some great stuff where the emulation spot on, the presentation's great. I was really impressed by this compilation and hope that they do one for Intellivision. It's definitely worth getting. If you can find a physical copy of it, grab it. If you can find it cheap enough. I think I only paid $3 because it's in Humble Bundle. Jeez, if I'm gonna say that really fast there. Humble Bundles recently, and I got that along with like MechWarrior 5, High on Life for like $3 a game again. So it really worth the money. The presentation's great, emulation's great, and the fact that allows me to play Atari. Now I'm losing my mind here, but not 50. Yeah, Atari 5200 games without having to curse and pray, and then because anyone who's seen the Angry Video Game never knows there's no place to store the controllers, and the controllers suck. It only holds 2 Rolling Rock bottles of beer. It's just, the thing weighs. I think that beats out the original Xbox. It's a huge console. So playing it on the Atari 50th collection is a much better way to do it.
And I believe there's actually a new physical that's coming out that will include those extra 39 games. So
yep. So this is one of those where I'm glad I didn't succumb to the FOMO,
right?
Because now I can buy the updated version that has the extra games.
Well, but then you got to wait until next year when they have the Atari 55 collection or something. It's got another 40 games.
No, I was just saying on the box.
Maybe we should wait for the Atari 250, and then we'll have them all.
I'm ready to see it say in the box now with more FOMO.
All right, we've got the Saturn Tribute Wolffang Cross Skullfang Boosted is coming to consoles in October, and it will include the standard and limited edition physical releases. This is the first time these games have been available on consoles since their original Sega Saturn releases in the 90s. So that's pretty cool. Those are great games. I did hear, I'm not a Wolffang or Skullfang expert. I did hear the Sega Saturn the original Sega Saturn releases do have some issues and changes from the arcade, but I'm not an expert on those games. But just the original ports did have some notable changes from the arcade releases.
Interesting. I know Aquas is a big Wolffang fan, and I want to say he plays the Saturn version on stream.
Interesting.
And has done that. So yeah. Special Forces Jackal has finally come to the Arcade Archives line as of June 27th. And of course, this happens well after we covered the game on the podcast. So we kind of had to I think the Mr. Core was up for it at the time that we did it. So I played it on Mr. and NES. But yeah.
I want to play the original arcade version, the one that was like it was on the FTS, right? Where you like dual joysticks, or it was a twin stick. It was really weird control scheme. Yeah, where one would control where the Jeep fired and the other would control how it moved. Yeah.
Yep.
Apparently, Shigetake has implemented a 4x3 mode in Devil Blade Reboot. Devil Blade, I've seen some people criticize it, and I could see where they're coming from. But I definitely have had a lot of fun with it. This was one of the ones where I was pleasantly surprised, and maybe it's because I didn't have a lot of expectations leading into it, but this game definitely grew on me. Have you had a chance to try it?
I haven't.
I haven't yet either. If I had a Steam Deck, I probably would have, but I've been traveling so much that basically if it's not on Switch, I just haven't had a lot of time to try it out.
Understandable, yeah. Steam Deck, I've been looking at some of those. They've been putting out used versions with the LCDs for about $300, which of course is more than a Switch, but it's still not too bad.
It's not bad, yeah. Alright, Yuri Branford has posted the difficulty options are now available in the Demonizer G beta, and has also teased a Sega Genesis shooter in development. No name or details yet, but if the footage of Yuri playing the game on a flash card on real hardware and CRT is any indication, it could be promising.
Yes, I just saw this morning on Twitter and just about freaked out when I was sitting in my office. Like, what? You're developing a Genesis shooter? I need this in my life.
Yeah, I gotta look this up now because that sounds awesome.
Wait, I have a question. Instead of difficulty settings, if you're going to name something Demonizer G, where's my giant laser battles?
Well, that would have to be G Demonizer.
There you go. All right. Well, let's switch it around. Let's make that for the Western release. Giant laser battles required.
Huh.
Oh, this game looks awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, and of course, we covered the original Demonizer. What has it been, 3 years now?
You know,
something like that.
If it was pre-COVID, it feels like it was 10 years ago. If it was one year ago, it feels like it's 5. Oh, it was? Okay. When was that? Sometime
we covered it either in 2020 or 2021. I don't remember for sure.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and look at the calendar.
Well, at that time, he said that it was going to get a physical release from East Asia Soft 2, which I assume is still in the works. I know there's a Famitsu. They did an interview with him.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the East Asia Soft thing is still in the works, and maybe he's working on trying to get Demonizer G all wrapped up first, so that that can be a a full release or whatever.
Yeah, and if it's also being published by Strictly Limited instead of East Asia Soft, that could also be part of the reason.
Yeah. Oh, and there's something else that I have in the news feed that I wanted to mention on this. And I forgot to put this all together with the post, but Iori also posted that Demonizer G is going to be getting a new chiptune soundtrack from Titanium 654.
Nice.
Yeah, as we know from a certain game, Ghostblade HD, that sometimes the arranged soundtrack sounds a lot better.
Right.
Everyone remembers Mosquito Track.
Yeah. Monkey Man 79 has released a demo for the forthcoming horizontal shooter Astro Blade. It looks inspired by both the Thunder Force and R-Type series.
You know what you need if you got your Schmups titled Astro Blade? You need someone to mispronounce it. Let's say Astro Blade. You know, that's gotta have that cheesy sound effect. It doesn't sound quite right. Not quite in the realm of like Ghostbusters for the NES voice samples. Something better than that, but just something that's just not quite right in order to fit in with the aesthetic.
Yeah.
That or go full Jetsons. Is Shmup Astro Blade?
Jeez. Wow, we've got so many darn references to this on here. I think earlier we had Jaws, we had Baby Shark, we were talking about Rick rolling people, and this is going to say now with 50,000 more references.
Enjoy Shoot the Corecast, now with more dad jokes.
People will wonder how that's possible.
Right.
Uh-oh. Speaking of wondering what's possible here, it seems the Gunvein physical release for Nintendo Switch has been pushed back again. It's now looking like late July or early August timeframe.
Dang. Are they only doing a Switch physical, or are they not doing PS4?
As far as I know.
As far as I know, right now it's just Switch, but I believe a PS4 version of the game is maybe in the works.
Okay. I mean,
I don't know 100%.
I'll probably grab it on Switch because I'm traveling so much, but...
Well, when it's an NG dev team, I think you have two things. One, it probably will hit the Neo Geo in some form. They'll try and do a port somewhere. And two, it's going to end up on the Switch physically. Those are the only two things I expect out of an NG dev team backed release.
Those are the two inevitable things.
Yeah. The thing I would say with the Switch port is, definitely play it on the Switch, because the Switch version has a handheld mode or a handheld difficulty that was specifically designed and tooled for the Switch. And so it's kind of a fun extra for that version.
Oh, I had no idea. I've never even heard of a game doing that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of unique versions, Project Skiff Project SKIFF is a new shooting game project on Kickstarter. It aims to have two different games with the same protagonist ship, but in different styles. The NES version of the game will be a Space Harrier style game where you fly into the screen and shoot oncoming enemies off in the distance, and the Sega Genesis version is being developed as a full horizontal scrolling shmup with parallax backgrounds and more. There will also be a PC anthology release that will contain an enhanced version of the Space Harrier-like game with more detailed graphics and a superscalar type of look and feel, as well as Project Alpha Skiff, which was the game that apparently was the inspiration for this title in the first place. The Kickstarter campaign ends July 27th and is close to being funded at this time. In fact, I think it's like $30 away from being funded.
Yeah, I might throw some money at this. This was kind of a neat idea, I thought, and a fun sort of way to, a fun way to kind of do more with a project like this. So I like the idea.
Yeah, it's pretty brazen of them to do like 3 versions of a game at once, but if they can pull it off, that's really cool.
Absolutely.
I don't know what it is about the NES that makes people want to make Space Harrier style games. It seems like the NES has at least 5 Space Harrier style clones, including Space Harrier. Space Harrier. We've got that. What's that one? Attack Animal Bakugan, or what's that? You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
Where instead of you're shooting animals. Like a giant. No, okay. It's I think it's Bakugan, Attack Animal Bakugan. There's Space Harrier itself, which was ported to the NES by Tengen Kart. And then what else was on there?
World Runner 3D.
I know that there's a couple more. I'm sorry?
World Runner 3D.
Oh, you mean JJ? JJ is the JJ? Jumping Jack? That's
is that the Japanese name?
That's the Japanese name, yeah. JJ2. Jumping Jack 2. That was the Famicom only one, because I think... Oh, no, I'm not going to go into a deep rabbit hole dive of World Runner. I think we'll save that there for... Maybe that's something Digital Foundry can do later. Like they did it to Bubsy. They can do it to Jumping Jack.
Shooting Game Builder has been updated again and is now at version 1.0.95.
Sounds good.
So there you go.
No idea what's new, huh?
Nope.
All right, me either. That's okay. All right, game dev It's a Trap 15 has released a fan patch for the Sega Saturn version of Radiant Silvergun. It adds several new features to the game, including 2-button mode, replacing the International Arcade release of the game with only 3 weapons, as well as Ikaruga-style chaining system found in the 360 and newer ports of the games, and a hybrid scoring system that combines that and the original scoring system as well. Huh. So it's basically Radiant Silvergun remix.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a new definitive version. I guess if you like playing on original hardware, like on Saturn, this means you're not missing out on anything from the port. The developer behind Cambria Sword is working on a caravan-style shooter inspired by Star Force titled Final Star Forge. No word on a release date yet, as it's still early in development and is something that the dev has only recently thrown together. It looks pretty good. It looks great, actually. And the logo is very Star Force. Or Star Soldier. Or no, I guess Star Force.
Yeah, very Star Force. Ninja Imaki, a 1986 shooter from Nichibutsu, has released on Arcade Archives as of July 4th. It is an overhead vertical scrolling game that auto-scrolls, but gives you some measure of control over the speed of that scrolling. And this is kind of a, I guess you would say, a precursor to something like Ninja Commando on the Neo Geo. Or that kind of a game.
Really quickly here, one additional game we didn't mention last month from Bullet Hell Jam 5 is called Absolute Reflex from Jukio Kaleo, and it has a teleportation system to help avoid bullet patterns, and is available now for free from itch.io. Thank goodness I avoided saying Absolute Reflex.
The Evercade Alpha has been announced, which will be an Evercade bar-top arcade cabinet. In addition to the cartridge slots, both units will also include some built-in games from Capcom, and one of them, the Mega Man themed unit, will feature Carrier Airwing. So this, I think, is actually kind of neat, and it's probably the first Evercade unit where I've looked at it and I'm like, oh, maybe I want to dip my toes into this, because I really like the Egret 2 Mini, and I just like bar-top style arcade things, and this looks to be chunky and big, and it should play all the Evercade carts, so it's tempting, but I just want to learn more.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder what the market is for this stuff too. With it seems, is this meant for people who like the sort of miniature arcade games that are there? Because there's certainly a lot of players in that space now. What is there? There's mini Replicades. There's those pocket keychains all the way up to the arcade one-up bar tops. There's My Arcade that's in there. Now Evercade's in there. I'm certain that I'm missing out on some of these, but it's becoming an increasingly crowded market. It wouldn't be surprising if I were to walk into an IKEA and find an entire area filled with these.
No, there's all sorts of stuff.
I know that. Oh yeah, I remember seeing a YouTube video of a certain place that some people will recognize called Nebraska Furniture Mart that has its own display of arcade one-ups, and just the sheer amount of stuff they have in their little arcade is still staggering. Thinking of all the, like they have that the one where you can play board games, but it's an actual LCD on there. That thing's pretty expensive. I think at like $800 or $900. Or they've got Outrun there, and I hear that they want to do not House of the Dead, but they did Ridge Racer, right? And they did Terminator 2. Some of the stuff that they're doing was pretty impressive, but I wonder how far, what the saturation of this market is. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe if Funko Pops can find a market, this stuff can too.
MSX Zero Stack is a portable MSX emulator device with built-in games that was previously produced in a limited run of 100 units. It's getting a second run of 100 units coming soon and will feature the same 6 games, including Xanac.
Well, technically, couldn't those 6 games just be Xanac based upon how many ports it had?
Well, I think, but Xanac was only on the MSX once.
Oh, just throwing a couple extra modes on there. Xanac X Xanac, Xanac for the Famicom Disk System, Xanac for the NES. There you go. You got all your Xanacs in one spot. Let's see here. Shikondo Yokai Rampage is now fully compatible with the Steam Deck. You know what? I don't think I have heard that name in a while. Wasn't the game delisted and came back?
Well, it was delisted so that they could update it with this version.
Oh, okay. Well, so before I'm trying to think of what the changes were.
Well, hopefully it's better optimized, because if you recall when we covered it on the podcast, the game was buggy on all platforms.
I thought that was a feature.
I wouldn't say that, but this Yokai Rampage version is based on the Exa Arcadia release, so I'm hopeful that it means that it'll be, just better.
Is it the first Exa Arcadia game to get a home port?
I think so, yeah.
That's promising news.
Yeah, I mean, the closest that we had before was Gimmick, right? The Gimmick release that came out.
We still don't have that version of Gimmick on consoles.
Yeah, I was thinking it's the closest. Oh no, you know what? Probably the closest that we have is what the heck is that? Jitsu Squad. I think that's probably the closest before this, because that was almost 1-to-1 parity. I think that added maybe an extra level or something like that.
Huh.
I was just saying that's not a recommendation for Jitsu Squad, by the way. Yeah, save your money on that one, in my opinion.
I also I've been meaning to try that and haven't, but let's see what we got here. Cosmo Machia will be releasing Shikigami no Shiro 2 International Special Edition on October 24th, 2024. This will be a Nintendo Switch physical of the game, along with a soundtrack CD containing the Naomi version of the game's music. This is a weird, complicated release, but I read about it and I think I can safely skip it. It's strange.
Yeah, I mean it's basically going to be a Japanese mirror of what Red Art Games is doing with their kind of limited edition of Castle Shikigami 2. So,
does it bring back the original dub?
No, the original dub, I think, is going to be lost due to licensing. But if you want to play the original dub on a modern port, someone has modded the Steam version.
Oh, nice.
Where you can add that audio back.
That's a legendary dub.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, who wouldn't want to play a game that talks about Kim of 2 Homes and 7 Moms?
I think they'll probably put that back as DLC, so that way you get people to pay for it.
Yeah.
I'd buy that DLC.
I would too.
Yeah,
they don't make games like they used to.
No, that really reminds me of what were the last alert was that game, and show
Guy
them
Kazama?
some fancy. Yes.
Yeah, well.
Show them some fancy action now.
All I can say is, I like girls, but now it's about justice.
Shit.
I should print that on a shirt.
Exactly.
Guy Kazama. Oh, jeez. We need him in Broforce. All right.
The latest Technosoft Music Collection release has been announced from the Soundshock series and will compile the compile the Thunder Force 5 soundtracks together in a 2-disc collection. This will feature music from both the Sega Saturn and PlayStation versions of the game, as well as a handful of Mega Drive track arrangements. This is set for an August 8th release, and to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Sega Saturn's launch.
I really like that they're adding stuff for this, but when it comes to like PlayStation 1 games and Saturn games, since Red Book audio anyways, couldn't you get the same thing by putting those into your computer and just ripping them straight there? You got the same thing?
I think you can with the Saturn release, but I don't know if the PlayStation version has Red Book audio or not.
Okay.
But I mean, to me, this would be worth owning just to have it all in one place. I've already got the other Technosoft Soundshock releases, the 3 previous Thunder Force releases, and the Elemental Master release, so I'm going to get this. But, yeah, the fact that they're doing some Mega Drive remix tracks, I'm excited about.
Yeah, I definitely like the music in Thunder Force game. I mean, if I had to choose, it would be Thunder Force 4, but still, 5 is not too bad. WayForward will be bringing their shmup RPG hybrid game Sigma Star Saga forward to the Carbon engine to new consoles. No specific platforms have been announced, but one assumes it's Switch and PS4, PS5. Now, the Carbon engine is Modern Vintage Gamer. He's the guy who did the Shantae and all that stuff. So it doesn't surprise me that they're doing Sigma Star Saga. That is one of those games that has sat in my backlog for. I got it for $5 a long time ago, complete in box, and it sat in the box, and it's kept calling to me, and I haven't had a chance to play yet. So it's on my wall of shame. So maybe once we get ported over, I can actually try it. It's sort of like. People are going to think I'm crazy on this one, but Ninja 5.0. I bought that game in the same lot for $5, complete in box. Wow. And I didn't play it till it came out for the Mister.
Man.
I think Guru will tell you the amount of games that you could, when you stop and buy, I mean, the amount of games that are instantly playable here, it's just, you lose track.
It's pretty mind-blowing.
Yeah. My own darn fault, because I just kept coming. People are like, "Oh, you want a free Dreamcast?" I'm like, "Yes, please." So I ended up. I think I've got about 70 consoles hooked up between 7 different gaming setups here. So there's always something going on, and always losing track of what I should be playing. So that's sort of the way it goes. So if you hear like, "Yeah, I've got this game, I haven't played it," I mean. It's not too outlandish. I keep saying I'll get to it eventually once I retire, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, that's the curse of being an adult, is you've got money to buy all the games and none of the time to play them. I think I only started playing Darius Extra for Sega Genesis, like... I think it was when I joined the last month's like Darius Shmup Club, because I was like, oh, I should finally bust out that copy of the game and play through it, because I bought it and never booted it up. So
yep,
that was like years it just sat on my shelf.
Same.
What we're saying for we've been living most of our lives living in collector's paradise.
Uchi Kudake is a new shmup blog from the creator of Shmup Life online zine. There are quite a few posts already and lots of content to read. I'm always happy to see new websites and communities sprout out around shmup, so that's one I gotta remember to visit.
Yeah, and it's very well laid out and formatted, a lot like the zine, so it's visually very pleasing. Someone is making a fan port of Galaga for the Amiga 500, and footage of the early beta looks good so far.
Every time I hear the Amiga 500, I wonder if it like requires 6,000 add-on cards in order to really get going.
Probably not for a Galaga port.
Probably not, but I would hope not. I think that that would be something that even an iPhone 1 or just something, even heck, MSX should be able to handle that. Although we thought MSX can handle Fantasy Zone, and we were so wrong.
Huh.
M. Knight has released a new score attack demo of his forthcoming game, Remote Weapon Gun Fencer, on itch.io. That's where I found some of the most interesting stuff. It has to be on itch.io. Steam does have some of that stuff, but a lot of that stuff follows the existing trends in order to keep things going, where if you want something that's truly new or just plain weird, itch.io is the place to go.
Yep. And I want to say that they're doing the caravan of this for the Shmup Junkies Discord, and there's going to be a 2-minute and maybe a 3-minute mode, I think. So yeah.
A Choaniki collection is in the works. A website is up now with a placeholder image. The collection has been announced to include the 2 PC Engine releases. This makes me very happy because the first Choaniki game was... It was far from the first shmup I played, but it's one of the first shmups that I got really into, which is kind of odd. But it's a really fun horizontal shmup with a great soundtrack, and I don't know why, but a friend of mine and we just sat down and we would play it for hours together. It's also funny, so I mean that definitely helps.
Yeah. I mean,
this is where the jokes write themselves, right? We could say limited edition comes with protein powder.
Yeah, and the thing about the original Choaniki game is that the game is fine. It's a solid enough game, but the soundtrack in that game has no right to be as good as it is or go hard as it does. I just don't understand why it does.
Yeah, it really goes hard, and I can already hear it in my head. Just saying Choaniki, the soundtrack's already playing in my head.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that hopefully we can cover. I don't think it will fit in for this year, but hopefully maybe next year it won't be a focus shot. Everybody focus on Choaniki, or so you're here to hear first, everybody. Next year's focus shot will be toilet kits. No, so it's something that I want to slot in because it is a series which we haven't covered, and we've been going on this for what? Oh, geez, has it been 6 years, something like that?
6 years,
it feels
yeah.
like we should cover it at some point.
If the focus shot for next year is going to be Choaniki, it should be supplemented by a rigorous workout routine. The goal should be to get as jacked as the Choaniki guys.
The Super Protein Brothers. As long as I don't have to shave my head and make a hole in it, I could go for that. RS34 has added an official soundtrack release for Radargy 2 to its web shop.
All right, Toho Juin, Unfinished Dream of All Living Ghost, has been updated to tweak all character attacks and balance, as well as reworking the network battle system. I don't remember anything about this title. If you told me it was a dating simulator / cooking simulator / one-on-one fighting game, I believe you. I've lost track of the weirdness that Toho games have gone into.
Technically, it is a fighting game of sorts. It's the most recent official, I'll say in quotes, Toho game from Zun himself, and is the one that is like a 1v1 shmup battle kind of version.
Is this like the Bullet Ballet, and what's the other one? I know the one that came out for the PS3, Mononoke, was that it? Similar to that, or I think people remember on the Dreamcast it was Psychic Force 2012, sort of similar to that, where you're like flying around in a circle.
Right, but this one I think is probably closer to something like Rival Mega Gun or Twinkle Star sprites, but as a Toho, where you're battling each other in a sense. I haven't played it. I was reading something about that the game has finally got to a full release, that maybe it was in early access for a long time or something. I don't really know. But, the game came out, I think, last year. But anyway, I just had seen some information about that there were a lot of changes to it.
Yeah, this is the one that I remember playing. If this is the latest one, I remember playing this, I think, last year, and I remember that there was only like 1 or 2 characters that were usable, because otherwise the game would just steamroll you. If this is the same one that came out, it started out like a demo came out, and that was popular for a while, and then it came out to more of a full release, and then, if this is the one I'm thinking of, then, I could see why people would welcome this. Because I think that there was only 2 characters at that initial release that were actually playable.
Oh, right.
First Press Games has released a statement and apology about the continued production delays. According to the blog post, the delays have stemmed from their manufacturing partner delaying delivery of a portion of the packaging that affects most releases.
So, I wonder what that is. Yeah, does that mean the affects most releases? Is that just like the case itself? We've got everything printed.
It's a tray that's part of the packaging that I guess the actual game goes into.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's kind of an important piece from what I read. But of course, this would not normally be shmup-related news, except for the fact that there are still multiple shmups that those of us who've pre-ordered are waiting on, such as Neko Navy, Crimson Clover, and I'm still waiting on the double pack of Ginga Force and Natsuki Chronicles. The individual standalone releases came out, but the limited editions haven't. So, that's all still pending.
Isn't it? All those games are at multiple years delayed.
They are now, yeah. I'm hoping that they do eventually materialize, but it's kind of like we're getting close to Dispatch Games territory where I'll believe it when it's in my hands.
Yeah, definitely.
I used to use that saying only for Kickstarter back projects. Now how it's grown.
Yeah, and I've backed enough Kickstarters now where I've only been disappointed by 1 or 2 out of maybe 12.5.
Was that Shoot the Corecast that you backed and you were disappointed by?
No. The Switch version of Mushihime-sama will be delisted in August from the Nintendo eShop. But, funny enough, Clear River Games will be handling a physical version of the game in Europe, as well as the other Livewire releases of Dodonpachi Resurrection or Dodonpachi Daifukatsu, Espagluta 2, and Radiant Silvergun. From what I could gather online, the licensing for the game is expiring, and Livewire is apparently not renewing it. No word yet on the delisting of the other Cave titles, but because the licensing was likely to expire somewhat concurrently, I would expect a release of the others, pretty soon.
Yeah, I saw this news and I was actually like, so I bought Mushihime-sama digitally when it came out, and after I saw that LRG was going to do physicals for all these games, I just waited for the physicals. And I usually don't double dip on games, but I saw that PNP Games still had Mushihime-sama in stock, the LRG version. So I bought that, I think, last year or the year before. And, I haven't even opened it because I have the digital. But after I saw that post, I was like, geez, I'm glad I double dipped on that, because at least now I've got a physical of it. Though it was kind of I was like, oh wow, that's really weird and that's really bad. But then they announced the European physical right away, and I was like, well, at least that'll be available. So if people will get a chance to get the physical before it gets delisted. But it is kind of weird and unfortunate that it's disappearing that quickly.
Yeah. And this only affects the Switch release, as far as I know. The PC version that's been up on Steam forever will still be available. But yeah, it's just kind of sad. I mean, I would have assumed that the Switch version sold well enough to warrant them re-upping the license. So either Livewire isn't making any money on these, or Cave is asking too much money for the licensure, or maybe both. I don't know.
Yeah, it is strange. I mean, it's also bizarre because, like, obviously the Steam version isn't handled by Livewire, but it's strange to me the titles that they chose to bring to Switch, and also that like they didn't do PlayStation. Like, there's just a lot of weird questions that I have about it. And why is Espgaluda 2 the only one that's like not a previous, like a port of a port? Or is that even the case?
Well, it is because it's the 360 port.
Yeah.
But Espgaluda 2 isn't on Steam, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's not. It's only on the 360. And so each of the games that they have ported from Cave would have been based upon the 360 releases. Because technically, Mushihime-sama did get an HD release on the 360. It was digital only, except for it was available in a physical form.
In Japan.
I guess it was available in a physical form in Japan. There was a standalone physical release for it, I think.
Really?
Yeah, and it was region locked.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Which is curious because Cave's or M2's port of Mushi Futari for the 360 is region unlocked.
Yeah, Futari. Well, Futari. Yeah. Futari. I'm sorry. You had me thinking way too. This is a problem where everyone just assumes that they know all their acronyms. Well, you end up with shmup alphabet soup. Yes, you are correct there. Well, Futari is region free, which is why it's starting to be going for more. And then you have the Muchi Muchi Pork / Pink Sweets, which is region free.
Yep.
But then the DFK, I don't think STOJ is. No, STOJ is region free.
Yeah.
I know STOJ is, but I'm thinking of the Japanese port of DFK, right? DFK.
Right. DFK is region locked. But then the European release that it got of DDP Resurrection, that one is region unlocked for the West, so that European release will play in a North American 360.
Complicated. Also,
Yes.
I feel like this news can be taken two ways. One is maybe it didn't make enough money and they're letting the rights revert, or maybe it made enough money that now Cave cares and they just want to do the rest of these ports themselves.
I don't think it's anything malicious. I think that at the point, this was the first title to come out of this agreement, and I think at the point that this was sort of testing the waters, it wouldn't surprise me if stuff like this happens. I mean, look at Forza Horizon 4 that came out by Microsoft. They have to digitally delist that game, and that's a huge game by Microsoft because the car licenses are expiring. It's the nature of the digital landscape. I mean, even look at the 360 store in general, right? It's being shut off in what, a month's time?
End of this month.
Yeah, end of this month. I mean, things aren't built like an 80s refrigerator anymore. That they end up being delisted for other reasons on there. If you don't get them when you do, your only option left to do is to sail the high seas of console modding. And it sucks, and it's definitely a problem, but I don't know, the best that I've come out with allowing people to just sort of enjoy their stuff outside of legally, it has been down to GOG or Steam. Because I bought the Mushi port on Steam, even though we know it's an inferior port, we won't get into that, but even though I bought it on Steam, if I wanted to, I can install that on many PCs. Only one person can play at a time, but it can be installed on many PCs. And if I don't have an internet connection, it will still let me play it. That's one of the best things I love about Steam. You try that with your 360, or well, 360 as long as you got the disc, but you try that with like an Xbox One or heaven forbid that PS5 can't get connected to the servers, and it just, it's as smart as a blender. It's unfortunate the nature of where we are at.
Yeah. Well, grab that European physical when it comes out, folks who are listening. And I think, I don't know, but I would assume that PNP Games has the other Switch physicals available. Yeah, like Dodonpachi Resurrection is in stock right now at PNP. So if you don't want to wait, you can actually probably just pick up a lot of these games before they, we assume, get delisted.
Well, you can be like Mark MSX, just start buying all the ones on sale every time it's on sale and gifting them to friends until people finally start to notice. You remember Crimson Clover? He was handing them out to kids at Halloween. Here, take a Crimson Clover code. Plum has announced a Wolfane model kit for the Type 1 Soryu. With pre-orders opening July 18th, custom and interchangeable parts will be swappable with future planned models for other kits. This just sounds weird. Not that the kit itself are like swappable parts. Someone's going to take a Gundam model kit and just start swapping things around.
Huh.
Or just like all of a sudden we've got a Vic Viper swapped with a Gundam, swapped with a Wolfane model with on here. Weird stuff can happen here.
The Gunpla community is quite the rabbit hole.
And I did pick up some of the other Plum models, the Silverhawk Burst, the original Silverhawk, the Rayforce ship, and I think I pre-ordered the Ray Storm ship. So they're fun to build.
Nice.
Fantastico Studio has announced a roguelike shooter with bullet hell boss fights titled Black Paradox Reloaded. The game can be wishlisted on Steam now, but will be available on all modern platforms. This is apparently an updated version of what was previously a mobile horizontal shooter.
Yeah, I watched the trailer for this, and it sort of looks like a flying car shooter in space. But I don't know. Could be promising. The next release in the Gmode Archives line of older mobile phone games emulated on Nintendo Switch will be Argus DX, a conversion of the NMK-developed, Jellico-published arcade shmup.
Developer Adam Nightingale has teased a possible conversion port of Zexon to the Pico 8 platform by showing off on social media the game in action. Well, I'm sure that Zagnorch will like Zexon ported to the Pico 8.
Indeed.
Maroru Games has a demo available now of their forthcoming auto-scrolling action/shooting game Skateboard Night. The game is currently set to release on PC and mobile.
Wait, Skateboard Night. That just seems weird. It almost sounds like it's a Tony Hawk DLC. Or is it you going to be pretending I'm a Superman? There's a lot of weird stuff that I've got questions on here.
Well, I saw footage of it, and if you think of a game like Saycross, where it's sort of like a auto-scrolling racing shmup kind of thing, it looks like that, where you can move between certain lanes, and when you swing your sword, then it kind of fires this projectile at enemies, and you can kind of melee them as well. But it is auto-scrolling, so I would say technically it's a shmup. Astroport has announced their next game, Randomax. And this will be a roguelite vertical shooter. The screenshots that I saw look pretty solid. And I think Astroport has, had a fairly solid run of games. So this will be interesting to see.
Yeah. And this one looks like it has 100% more anime elf girl, so.
Yeah. Well, I think their previous game what was it? Armored Lab Bull Vehicles or whatever.
Yeah.
Something like that. Had a lot of anime girl waifu characters in it. And so, yeah. Random X, now with more Deep Space waifu.
Deep Space, no thank you.
Yeah.
Caves Mobile Toho shooter Genso Eclipse has apparently exceeded expectations, and Cave is focusing on player retention. Well, thank goodness this is not done by Square Enix, because nothing ever meets their expectations.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to try this. Have you?
No, I'm not sure that it's even available in the West, to be honest.
Yeah.
Come on! You don't tell me that there's. Sorry, I was thinking, you can't tell me there's not somebody who's fired up a Android emulator and is playing this game. There's got to be some fanatic out there. Sorry, some enthusiast out there who is really into this and is running this. I'm sure there's somebody out there.
Yeah, there's got to be some way.
Someone's playing an unlocked iPhone. I'm certain there's a way of doing it. We can probably find some instructions at the the Shrine, right? The Shrine, that the one that has all of the Toho games. I'm certain that they have it bundled with an Android emulator.
I don't know. It's still pretty new, so who knows?
Sclorite Studios LLC has announced Smoking Gun, a Western-themed vertical shooter that looks like a spiritual successor to Capcom's Gunsmoke. You can wishlist it now on Steam.
Didn't Gunsmoke, like a Gunsmoke spiritual sequel, come out for Xbox Live Arcade? Or am I getting that confused with the 1942?
I know 1942 did.
Oh, yeah. Right, 1942 Joint Strike.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't there Gunsmoke? I swear there was a Gunsmoke sequel, but maybe I'm having fever dreams and confusing it with Sunset Riders.
Yeah, probably.
Cool. All right, so now that we've all agreed I'm insane, let's move on. Bit Summit Drift is happening July 19th through the 21st, and games to be showcased include Never Awake Flashback, Toho Ice Fairy Hero Chronicles, among others. Never Awake is something that hint people might want to pay attention to, because you never know when that game will show up. And it's currently on sale, I think, for $14 on Steam.
Nice. Korea Shmup Festival is happening August 10th and 11th. Though that's currently all that's been confirmed. No additional details are available at this time.
Time Locker Plus is a unique shmup available on Apple Arcade. The original Time Locker released in 2016, and this is an updated version of that concept. Similar to the FPS Super Hot, when you move, time moves. When you stop moving, time stops. It's a vertical scrolling shmup with a chunky voxel art style. It even looks like Super Hot.
Yeah, it's kind of neat. So
Yeah.
Could be fun. TX 1696 is a new vertical shooter available for the ZX or ZX Spectrum Next system. And I looked at this, and it looks kind of cool. It's sort of almost like what would you get if you did something that was sort of halfway between, let's say, an Amstrad CPC and a Super Nintendo. So it almost looks like a beefed up Atari Lynx kind of graphical style.
I've never heard of this.
DDP Resurrection, also known as Daifukatsu or DFK, was delisted from Apple Arcade on July 17th and will be no longer playable on July 31st. Yeah, again, more. It seems maybe a little bit more credence to that the licenses are just expiring and it's not worth it for them to keep those on there. They figured that they either made their money and it's not worth continuing because the sales have dropped off.
Yeah, and see, this is the interesting thing because this only affects the Apple Arcade release, as far as I'm aware. And this one had nothing to do with Livewire. I think this was Cave themselves. So I'm really not sure what the impetus was for that.
Yeah, I mean, Apple Arcade games don't stay on Apple Arcade forever. Like, there is a revolving door like Netflix. But the fact that it's also being, as I understand, just like you won't even be able to play it. Like, is there a regular release and will that stick around after that? That's what I'm not sure about.
Right.
A demo for the game Rain Chaser by developer Cornod is now available to download on itch.io. This is a really promising looking game, so I actually really want to try that demo because the initial trailer was really impressive.
Yeah. Spoiler alert, I downloaded the demo last night and spent a few minutes with it. And despite some frustrations I had with just messing around with it, it's pretty solid.
Nice. Promising.
Yeah. Jeff Bull has created a game called Neveroids that is available to download free for Windows. It is a modern asteroid-style shooting game, and you can check it out from villainx.itch.io.
Chaos Moon 1cc edition has been released on Steam from Snowball Effect Games. It's a 4x3 horizontal shooter with retro pixel art style and some throwback sound effects. When you say throwback sound effects, what does that mean? Does that mean we're getting the sort of like we did with Gone and Blade, we're getting the Contra teen 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 sound, or what is?
Just from what I could observe from listening to the little bit of sound effects I could hear in the Steam trailer video, it definitely sounds like early to mid 80s arcade kind of vibe sound effects.
Okay.
The long-running Japanese software site Vector.co.jp is ending their web page services at the end of this year. There are a large number of doujin shmups hosted on this site, so fans of the genre will want to comb through the site before December 20th of this year and download as many as possible to archive them.
Yeah. There is a treasure trove of stuff on that site. So yeah, we definitely want to have as many enthusiasts kind of put together a fan effort and get a lot of these games, particularly a lot of these free doujin games, archived so that they'll be available in the future. Because the Wayback Machine might preserve the pages themselves, but the downloads are likely to be lost otherwise.
Yeah.
I could just see someone having a 200 terabyte backup on archive.org.
Yeah. And I went ahead and saved the, I guess what I would maybe consider to be the biggest piece of news for last, because this is a pretty big deal. Anyone who's been listening to this podcast for a while knows that, we've mentioned it a few times about the game ZPF or ZPF that's been forthcoming from the Super Zykes developers. And they finally launched their Kickstarter on July 1st, and it reached its funding goal in 19 minutes, which was originally $15,000. And as of now, they have raised over 10 times that much.
I think you're mispronouncing. I think it's pronounced EDF. EDF. EDF.
ZPF. Yeah, but this is I'm excited for this because the demo was quite solid. It's only 3 stages and you only get to play 1 stage at a time. But with the full game, I think this is going to be quite the experience. And it's very impressive what they're able to do with the Genesis hardware. And I played it on real hardware because you could download the demo and throw it on a flash card. And I mean, this is just high quality stuff. So I'm stoked about this. Of course, I backed it. And they've added additional rewards and things as the campaign has gone on. So I may have to go back and look to see if there are any add-ons or anything like that I could do to.
This is Mega Cat Studios, right?
Well, the Mega Cat is going to be publishing it. But yeah.
Yeah, they're not the developer.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to back it. I've been meaning to back it, and I've been, I forgot to do it. So I really just gotta get it done because I want that physical.
Yeah. Did you play the demo?
Actually, I haven't done that yet either. I should.
Oh man. Yeah, you definitely should check out the demo. It's wild.
It looks incredible. Like it looks stunning. I can't believe it's a Genesis game.
Yeah. It's impressive what they've been able to do with the hardware. And I mean, it's going to be a bit of a who's going to shine more this year on the Genesis. Yuzo Koshiro with Eartheon or this team with ZPF. It could be quite a race.
Have they said when it will release by?
They have not, but my understanding was they didn't want to actually launch the Kickstarter until the game itself was far enough along in development that they feel like they wouldn't have to make everybody wait forever. I'm hoping that means that, assuming they don't run into a ton of manufacturing delays, that they'll be able to actually get it in people's hands reasonably soon.
Yeah, I think they said it would be after Strictly Limited, but before First Press Games.
Oh,
Okay,
jeez.
So, I might be dead by then.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. That is the nature of backing these projects. No, I think it probably realistically would be December 2025 at the latest if I were to take a guess. When you're doing a Kickstarter and you've got people who know what they're doing and they have a publisher who's produced many titles, I think that you've got a pretty good team assembled. Yeah, it would surprise me if it didn't come out by the end of next year at the latest.
Well, and like I said, I feel like they delayed the Kickstarter campaign until they kind of had some idea of how far along the game was. Now, of course, with the additional backer rewards that they've added, that may extend their timeline some. But I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll see this game yet this year.
Well, let's wait until they'll call it, what is it, ZPF Reloaded?
Huh.
Not with more stages, just like the Atari 50th.
Right.
I would have to assume, too, that at some point they're going to make the ROM. Physical is always worth it, but I was just wondering if they'll probably make like the ROM available for $15 or so. It wouldn't surprise me if they go that model. And a lot of people have been doing that on itch.io, right? You can buy the version on limited run. Like, what was that game? Kubo? Was it Kurbo or Kuro 3? That you can... The game is out there. Or for something that I guess more people would know about was Xenocrisis, right? Xenocrisis, you can get the physical on... Jeez, I think that game got released on everything, right? There's probably even a Game.com version. But... You can just buy the ROM for about $10 or $15, and I think that's probably the route they'll go.
Yeah, I backed a game on Kickstarter last year, Save the Queen, Kuin, and it's an NES game, and I got a physical cartridge, box manual, etc. It's kind of a Legend of Zelda like, but then I got a link to go and download the ROM from their itch.io page, so that I could throw it on a flash card or stick it on the Mister as well.
That's awesome.
So yeah. That's a trend I like and I want to see more of. It's like incentivize the nerds like me who want the physical cartridge in hand, but give me options, because I might want to play that cartridge once in a while, but then I might also want to, take that ROM and throw it on the Mister or throw it on the Analog Pocket or, put it on a flash cart so I can leave the cartridge in the box and only pull that out on occasion when I really want to.
Yeah, this seems to be the cool thing to do these days, is to buy the physical and put it up on the shelf and then play the actual ROM or buy it digitally and play the digital version.
Yeah, well, I had a similar issue when I got Darius Extra, the Genesis cartridge, where when I bought it, my Genesis was packed away, and I was like, oh, I wanted to see what it's like, but I actually couldn't find a ROM for it for some time, even though I owned the real cartridge. I was like, oh, I'd like to just boot this up and emulate it for a second, but it wasn't easy to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that sort of strikes me as a little bit interesting too, is with the way that we were talking about NG Dev Team earlier. NG Dev Team put some really interesting copy protection in their Neo Geo stuff. So their Neo Geo releases, as soon as they're sold out, those raise pretty quickly in price. I remember saying it was like $1,000 to own it. Now it's like $4,000 for a used copy of the game.
Jeez.
They're very pricey for the AES, or MVS stuff.
That's bonkers.
Well, that is NG Dev.
Yeah. Hopefully, as well as this campaign has gone over, and the fact that MegaCat is handling it, once the campaign stuff sells through and all of that, hopefully MegaCat will be able to keep the game available for anyone who didn't back it, and make sure that the FOMO doesn't become a big deal.
Well, I wonder if they'll do it similar to the way that Pure Solar did, right? Pure Solar was sort of the first Genesis game that sort of hit the mainstream, where you had the initial backing that went through, and those people got a specific version, and then after that it just sort of became a regular standard black box release, and that was what they went with going forward.
Also,
Right.
it looks like this should be coming out in February 2025. So
Oh, okay.
I went to go
Very
check
nice.
the Kickstarter page, and then while I was there, I just happened to also back it. So
Nice.
Yeah, February 25 is the estimated delivery.
Okay. What's the total up to now?
It is. Let me double check here. I think it's so in Canadian dollars, it's 213,000, which is 1,000% of the original ask.
Yeah, like I said, at the time that I put this in the news feed a couple of days ago, it was already at over 10 times the original funding goal, which is just crazy to me that a Sega Genesis shmup has generated this much buzz. But man,
It
awesome.
is. Hopefully that means more. And I mean, I can't wait to play this. It's kind of perfect timing too, because I just moved so I could get my Genesis out of storage, and I've got a proper setup with my CRT. So I'm kind of already in a Genesis shmup mood, and then this came out, and I was like, oh, this is perfect.
Nice.
All right, so the only question now is Model 1 or Model 2?
I've got a Model 2. I want to get a Model 1, one of the ones that doesn't have copy protection. Like the...
Yes.
The
TMSS.
non-TMSS model, yeah.
Yeah, and then what was the one? Hellfire, right? That was the one that was had very different based upon the sound chip, and
Yep.
it also had slowed down. Yeah, that game does some weird stuff, but yeah, I think I got to try it. Yeah, I have 2 Model 2s here, a Model 3, a Japanese Model 1. And then I have an original one that came out without TMSS, only because the guy says, I think it's broken, we don't want to test it. So they sold me a Sega CD Model 1 with a Genesis and a couple games for, I think, $15.
Wow.
But that was way back when people didn't care about it. Now it's sort of like, yeah, it looks like no one's dropped it in the last 5 minutes. How about $2,000? It's stuff you can't get anymore. Back before anybody cared.
Right.
So...
No lowballing, bro. I know what I've got.
Yeah. I know what I've got. Oh, no, or they come out and say, I just want to get what I put into it. How about $2,000? Yeah, different
Right.
times, different I'm certain that
It's fine. You pronounce it however you want. I always pronounced it Darius in the past.
Deals on
but once
stuff way
once
back when, but
I heard the correct pronunciation,
these days
which was
has access to
confirmed
phones and can,
both
for the most part, unless
from
they don't care,
Japanese commercials
quickly
of the
pull up and
game,
find out what
and
it is.
also
If it seems like it
I
might
believe
be
it was
expensive to
Etran
everybody,
who
it is, right?
looked
As
at
you
the
said, I know what
original
I've got.
text and translated it
And
as
this
basically
this
as
copy of
Darius.
Super Mario Brothers 3,
That,
just
that pretty
because
much confirmed
Mario's
it for
cheek
me.
looks a little
But
pink, it's now worth $5,000. It's a
Yeah.
variant.
pronounce it however you like.
Yeah, it's madness.
Yep. But those of us who collect, that's how we do.
Yeah.
All right.
So
That is the shmup news that you can use.
all right, so let's move on to a brief introduction of the game that we played for the month, which is Darius, the game that starts with the D and S fish. All right, so Darius was developed and published by Taito, released in Japanese arcades in 1987, after being shown and tested in late 1986. The original release, now known as the quote-unquote old version, has a strict rank system that punished players for upgrading beyond the initial weapon type, and did it. This one, I think I called this Gradius 3 arcade mode. You put a quarter in and then everything comes at you and you're dead.
Yeah, and I wanna say something here because I feel silly, but that bit about the rank system punishing you for not up or for upgrading beyond the initial weapon type, I misunderstood that at the beginning of the month. So when I was playing initially, I was literally grabbing 0 red power-ups, or maybe only 1 or 2, thinking I shouldn't upgrade at all because that would be the rank killer. And so I was literally only grabbing shield and bomb upgrades. And
You were going for the true Garega strats.
that turned out to be a terrible idea. And I wish I would have been disabused of that notion early on, because that probably was part of what led to some of my early frustrations with the game.
You know, you described the cure for Gradius syndrome. You never power up, so therefore if you die, you never lose anything.
Yeah, you'll never feel frustrated. Yeah, it's funny because, like, if I'm ever trying to recommend to a new player which version to play, I'll say old version, but with the really big red asterisk of just don't power up beyond missile. Because the moment you do that, the game becomes just quite challenging, and not in like a fun way. But if you don't power up beyond missile, because each weapon has, I believe, 7 stages you can power it up. So if you power up to like the maximum missile right before you'd hit laser, and stick with that for the rest of the game and dodge the red power-ups, it's undoubtedly the easiest of the 3 arcade revisions. Especially if you have Turbo Fire, some of the bosses you can just like melt if you figure out how to do it, and it's not too hard. Like Fatty Glutton gives people a lot of trouble, and there is a way to speed kill Fatty Glutton pretty much instantly if you've got a 30 hertz auto fire button.
Huh. Yeah. Whereas if you go to laser, then it's masochism, the shmup.
Yeah, it can be pretty annoying. So my run that I did for the month, I did 2 runs. I did one on Darius Extra for the Mega Drive for the Genesis, and I did one in the arcade mode, ACFJOUZ, so that ends with Great Thing. And I tried to learn the speedrun, like speed kill strat for Fatty Glutton, because Fatty Glutton's the hardest boss. And actually, by the time I was like halfway through the month, I was like, I'm just going to learn how to fight this boss. And once I figured out that you just have to shoot the fish and not really worry about the boss, it'll die anyways, I was able to master it much more, I guess, consistently than trying to do the speed run, because the speed kill is like quick and instant, but if you mess it up, you might just die on the spot.
Huh.
But that's the original. That's old version.
Now, one of the things that I was surprised at, I found the arcade flyer. The European arcade flyer is just, it's so bad it's good. Anyone else see that with the people who are cosplaying as space pilots?
Oh yeah,
I love that flyer.
classic.
It is. Well, anyone who hasn't seen, please look it up. You'll get a sensible chuckle out of it.
Yeah, it's like David Bowie and I don't know what the woman's wearing. It doesn't even look like a space outfit. It looks like some kind of traditional Eastern European dress and headdress.
It's a space outfit by way of the what's the robot character in Spaceballs? That was
I know what you're talking
that was
about.
voiced by Joan Rivers.
Yeah.
Spaceballs, the cosplay.
Yeah, the C3PO
Yeah.
Dot Matrix. Yeah, that was her character.
There we go. All right, so a revision to the game was released in 1987, now known as New Version, that balances out the rank and makes the game less punitive while powering up, or punitive, punishes, less Gradius 3 arcade.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about this, though, is I found that the laser weapon still kind of sucks.
Oh yeah.
So I still, when I was playing New Version, I still stuck with missile at max level because the laser weapon I don't find is very good. And so I pretty much just avoided it.
No matter which version you're playing, in fact, arguably no matter which Darius game you're playing, you have to suffer through using laser.
Right.
Except for maybe burst, it makes it useful, but it's the real issue, especially if you're playing the arcade game, is that it's 3 screens wide, and your shots, the shot limit is pretty low, so the shots have to get all the way to the end of the screen before you can shoot another shot. And with missile, that's no problem because they hit the environment and they'll hit enemies, and they'll self-destruct when they hit an enemy, and so you can shoot another bullet. But laser has to go all the way across the entire screen. It doesn't destroy it upon hitting other enemies, and that makes it pretty frustrating. And it's so thin, too.
Yeah.
Another revision of the game, known as Extra Version, was developed and released in limited quantities. This includes the number of enemies increases the number of enemies per stage and limits boss milking. It also gives ground turrets stronger, such as taking more hits to destroy or spongier. It removes the safe spot in the Iron Hammer in dual shear fights. Removes the ability to point blank Great Thing. Adds the end of a game score bonus for stock ships and rebalances the levels so that later boss fights assume you remain powered up.
I didn't know about the safe spot for the dual shears fight until I watched your old version run. When I was fighting dual shears, I always went above it to get one of the claws destroyed and to do most of the damage on the other. Then I would swing around and go all the way back to the back of the screen, finish off that last claw, and then just, dodge up and down against the last pattern.
Hey, if it works, it works. I mean, there's a lot of bosses where I've looked at other people's runs and I've gone, oh, I didn't even think of doing that. Like, I think it was Keen Bayonet. I saw someone, they just immediately destroyed the top fin and then just used their bomb to hit him in the mouth without having to really dodge much at all. And I was like, oh, that's so smart.
Oh, yeah.
I should have tried that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Even though the bosses are fairly simple in their patterns, they do open up to a bunch of different strategies you can try.
Huh.
Yeah, so I mean, I think Extra Version it's the final revision. It's a pretty popular version, and it's a version you can play without needing to worry about powering up your shot. You can power up all the way. I would say that extra is still harder. That both versions are harder than playing Darius Old without powering up your shot past missile. But extra version is much more balanced if you do want to play where you're picking up every weapon power up that you can find. I haven't spent a lot of time myself with new version because it's that kind of in between one. And if you're out and about and you happen upon a Darius cabinet, I would say 9 times out of 10, maybe even 10 times out of 10, it's going to be old version. So
really,
yeah, the one at Taito Hay is old version. The one at Mikado in Tokyo, I think it's only at one of the Mikados. That's also old version. I believe the one at Galloping Ghost is old version. Like, I don't think new and extra made it out of Japan.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's old is the most common one, for sure. And the version of old that's available at Taito Hay is actually modified so that you can do different rates of auto fire, which is very nice.
Cool.
So, we were talking about the arcade cabinet just a moment ago. The arcade cabinet itself uses a unique 3-monitor setup to display the game. The center monitor is upright where the player can see it, and the first and third monitors are recessed in the cabinet facing up, and mirrors are used to reflect the image so that the screens can be spliced on both sides of the center mounted monitor. This gives an optical illusion that there's one extra wide screen for play by removing the bezel that would interrupt the stage. This cabinet will later be used for Ninja Warriors and Darius 2 in its 3-screen version. I was playing this on a multi-monitor setup for the month of June, and it was neat, but that half the time I would forget that the other monitor was there and I could move back. It's a neat feature, but I think I would definitely go with just one single large screen at this point in time. Like, most people, I hate to say this, but most people now are like, oh, it's only 50 inches. We've got that in our guest room. Or, oh, we've got a 40-inch TV. That's in our bathroom. That's to play Darius when you're sitting on the toilet. It's just... It seems that the size of screens negate that stuff. Now, CRTs, 3 CRTs and equal about the weight of an elephant. But if you're dealing with flat screens, you can get pretty large and pull this off. I just didn't find doing multi-monitor on the PC version to be all that helpful because I kept forgetting that the other screen was there.
Yeah, I've got a 21 by 9 monitor, ultra wide.
Yeah.
And I've played on that and it helps. But honestly, most of the time I'll just play on my regular TV downstairs. But one of the things that I like, and in fact I do kind of recommend when people are trying out the game, is there is a setting, and I believe it's actually available on both the M2 port of the game and the Arcade Archives port of the game, where you can gently misalign the 3 screens. So you can maybe fade the color a bit in the center screen, or you can misalign them like horizontally a little bit, or vertically, sorry. And what that does is it makes it more accurate to the arcade, because in the arcade it's quite nice to see, but you can definitely see the division between these 3 monitors, even though it's supposed to look seamless. And it kind of helps me when I first played the game in the arcade, and having that division of the screen into these 3 quadrants kind of helps me orient myself. So like, I generally want to stay in the right screen, right? So like, I can see where the division is, and if I start to slide into the center screen, I know that I want to move back towards that first screen, or I guess the rightmost screen. Whereas if I get pushed all the way to the left screen, I'm like, oh, I'm in trouble. Like, this is not a good place to be unless I'm doing it for specific routing reasons. So it does kind of help as a way to orient yourself in the game.
Yep, the cabinet was offered in a stand-up variety as well as a deluxe style cabinet with a seat underneath which sat 2 subwoofers that would create a body sonic sensation for the player. It felt especially during boss fights.
So basically the game would shake your butt.
Huh. Would
Casey and
literally
the
rock your
Sunshine
world.
Band. I'm certain that somebody has just decided I want the Darius experience at home, like place a subwoofer under their seat.
You can do that. There's also, if I recall correctly, in the Cosmic Collection version of the game, you can take, Switch Joy-Cons and you can set them to vibrate in the way that they would as the Body Sonic experience.
Huh.
So you can kind of, if you're sitting on, I don't know, like a bench or something, I don't think it would work on a couch, but if you're sitting on a hard seat, you can put either Joy-Con on either side of your body, sit them down next to you where you're sitting, and then play with another controller and experience something like the Body Sonic experience.
Finally
That's
used
cool.
for those drifting Joy-Cons.
Yeah.
I like the fact that useless features like that are available. M2 didn't have to do that, but it's cool that they did.
It is, because, and I'm sure we'll get into it in our own thoughts, but playing this game in an arcade is certainly, it's quite a special experience, so any way you can kind of get closer to that definitely, I think, helps the game a lot.
So, speaking of arcade, this was one of the earliest, if not the first arcade unit to have headphone jacks. They originally wanted people to be immersed in the music, but then they realized that people would show up with their Walkmans or tape recorders and plug into the machines to record the music. At that time, video game music was not what it is today, and Darius was a trailblazer in video games in that sense. Yeah, around the time you would think that there would be CDs because Japan was more forward thinking with CDs, but there's still a lot of video game music that came out on tape. I don't think there was a lot on vinyl. At least not initially.
Surprised.
Okay.
I mean, Gradius got a vinyl release, Fantasy Zone got a vinyl release.
And we're not talking about like releasing 2000 and onward, right? We're talking about
no, these are
in its era.
These were
Okay.
contemporaneous.
That's really cool.
Unfortunately, those releases are all expensive now, but yeah, there were a few. But I mean, yeah, this. But I think this also exemplifies the fact that so much of the game music that came before this spate of games kind of during this time was all fairly basic. It was either really short loops or not very fleshed out in terms of the quote instrumentation that was used. And really, one of the things that I think shmups don't get enough credit for is really pushing forward video game music. I mean, obviously you had stuff on the home consoles such as Super Mario Brothers and other games that really started to emphasize the music more so because they could do more with the hardware. But when you take games like Gradius, Fantasy Zone, Darius, R-Type, kind of this first big wave of mid-'80s and beyond shooting games, all of these games had excellent soundtracks that really moved forward the medium of video game music. And so I really feel like Darius was among this group of elite games and series that truly helped to push the medium forward in that respect. And, obviously Zuntata being the wizards that they were really leading the charge in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, Taito, I know that they were I don't know how specifically to describe it, but they were one of the first companies to integrate music into a video game, period.
Oh,
And we're also like trailblazers in sound and all that kind of stuff. Like, they were quite. I like to say that Taito was like the Nintendo of the arcades. They did a bunch of innovative stuff that I feel like maybe they don't get as much credit for in the West, but they were constantly reinventing the wheel or coming up with all sorts of crazy ideas. And Darius is a great example of that, right? Because if we look at the mid 80s, 85, 86, specifically, we've got, like you mentioned, a lot of these great shmups coming out, like Gradius in 85, and the Tollplan stuff starts coming out as well. And shmups are becoming, they're kind of coming into their own. At the same time, you've got these, I think they're called Taikon games, right? So these are games like Hang On and Space Harrier and Outrun, where you're kind of embodied in the cabinet. The cabinet looks like a car, or it looks like a bike. You know, these kind of arcade experiences that are very unique. And so Taito was like, well, why don't we make a shmup that's like a Taikon game? You know, why don't we take a shooting game and make it into this full body experience? And that's how we got Darius. And so, you know, it was pretty unique in its day as an arcade experience. There was nothing else like it as far as these three screens together. And they had made another multi-screen arcade game before, but the CRTs were all just like lined up in a 2x2 grid, and you could see the bezels. And this one had using mirrors to kind of get rid of the bezel and make a seamless screen was really unique. So
yeah.
I can only imagine what it was like when they unboxed this and brought it into the arcades back in the day.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about the Darius cab as kind of being the mid to late 80s equivalent of what we would think of as a feature cab today.
Yeah, definitely. And it, as I understand it, it was developed from like a hardware perspective first. And then they were like, what's a game to fit in this? And they came up with Darius.
Oh, interesting.
So the game was originally planned to have 26 bosses, but that had to be reduced to 12 in the final game. Multiple bosses are already designed and planned before the decision was made, so this is why the arcade poster for the game features two bosses that never really appeared in the game itself. This would be rectified in later home ports. Some of the scrap bosses would also appear later in Darius 2.
Yeah, what was it? Big Rajarn and or something like that. What was the other one? I can't remember the other one that was on the poster but didn't actually make it into the game.
Yeah, because there's like, it looks like Prickly Angler from Gaiden, and that kind of Ammonite, the shellfish creature. It's funny because it's right on the original poster.
Oh, okay.
It's even on the Mega Drive cover and stuff. Though obviously the Darius Extra for Mega Drive does have those bosses in it, but
right.
I don't know, sign of the times or sign I'm going a little bit crazy, but I kept thinking of Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob SquarePants, but that's not right. I would love to see a Darius cross SpongeBob SquarePants. Let's make it happen.
it's the perfect crossover.
There we go. You know, if Darius Burst CS can come up with a bunch of crazy characters and crossovers, why not SpongeBob?
So does that what would be the final boss? Would that be Plankton or would that be Squidward?
Well, I think what would happen is that you would fight Plankton as the last boss, but then Squidward would be the true last boss.
There you go.
It's Darius, so it's got to have what, like 7 last bosses.
Oh, that's true.
This is not even my final form. Yes.
Yeah.
One of them would have to be. Mr. Krabs' daughter.
Oh, jeez. Well, you know what? Nickelodeon's after making almost anything these days, so let's just run with it. All right. Overall, the development of the original Darius and its cabinet was very complex and involved breaking a lot of rules around arcade game development. There really is nothing like it. So, if you can find a Darius cabinet out in the wild, definitely give it a shot there. I only played it once out in the wild, and I just remember looking at the thing going, what the heck is this? Because it left such an impression. And it's similar to, in some ways, I guess a more apt commonality for people would be Afterburner. A lot of people have come, even the stand-up version of Afterburner, remember it going, wow, this felt like a ride, like I was really in Top Gun, or like a roller coaster ride, right? Giving you that feeling that it was just you in the cabinet, and that feeling of empowerment. I will save the universe, or I will shoot down these enemy planes. Or for people who are even older, maybe the original Vector Star Wars. Getting yourself immersed in that world, a token or a quarter at a time. The only thing that I can think of that I feel bad saying this because it sounds like a cliche, but 90s kids will remember the not the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, not the Simpsons are there, but that X-Men. Walk into arcade and seeing that dual screen 32-inch X-Men, absolute monster, but getting 6 people around that is probably the closest I can come to contemporary. I don't think there's anything similar. There's not an R360 or anything like that these days. I think the closest that you're going to get is maybe a driving cab that someone gets into.
Right. Or like the Star Wars Battle Pod.
The Star Wars battle. Oh, you mean the washing machine? Yeah, that thing. Oh, because you're sitting still and that thing's just like looping around you. That made me. There are rides at Disney World that no problem, but sitting in the washing machine for a while really just threw me for a loop.
Yeah, that made me queasy.
Yeah, definitely. I think for people who maybe are like early 2000, look at some of the Star Wars Episode 1 Racer.
Oh, yeah.
It gives you some of that feeling. Yeah. And for maybe if you go back a little bit further with the older folks here with the Sega and Daytona. I know that when we mentioned Blue Sky at the beginning of the podcast, that started firing up in my head. I'm going to hear that forever. On my tombstone, it'll just say, "Blue, blue skies I see." Or maybe Daytona, let's roll away. I don't know which. But yeah.
It's a special experience.
It is, yes. It's definitely something that you're not going to see and should be put in, no matter if it... Well, what do games cost these days? $1 now or something? What, inflation? I don't know. But no matter the cost, definitely worth checking out if you see it.
Yeah, and I actually... So, like, I always liked shmups, and I've been playing them since I was a kid. But it wasn't until around 2019, because I get to go to Japan for work trips. And I had some time to kill, so I went to the Kawasaki warehouse, may it rest in peace. And they had a really nice Darius cabinet there, original Darius cabinet. And the Kawasaki warehouse, it was a unique setup because it wasn't your typical packed, loud arcade. Things were kind of spaced out across this really, a bit of a calmer space, as long as it wasn't busy. So when I got to play Darius, I actually could hear it very clearly, and it was a really well-maintained cabinet with the body sonic experience and stuff. And I wanted to play it because it seemed like a unique cabinet, and I'd played some other Darius games a bit. I dabbled in them. But I wanted to try the original, and I expected to just like put in my coin, play for a little bit, and die, and then go, yeah, that was too hard, or that was too old school. And I ended up like playing it for quite some time. I really enjoyed it, and I was kind of surprised by that because of the age of the game. But it kind of led me down the path of, shmup obsession that I've since really doubled down on, especially since 2020, where I was locked indoors and decided to just spend my time playing shmups. But yeah, so for me, Darius 1 has a really important part in my shmup journey, because that's kind of where I started to take them more seriously and clearing games and stuff like that.
Nice.
So, as we alluded to earlier, there are a lot of ports of the original Darius, each varying quality and feature sets. The game received a modified home port on the PC Engine CD-ROM unit in 1990 as Super Darius, as well as a HuCard version titled Darius Plus. The original version of Darius had only 12 bosses. What the? Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay. I feel like we've been here before. What was it that someone called, and we're going to cut this from the podcast, they called it deja vu, the feeling you've been through this bullshit before. Alright, so the original version of Darius had only 12 bosses despite having 26 stages, meaning the bosses were the same for every stage, but mostly unique for the final boss. Darius Plus brings the count up to 16 unique bosses, but sadly cuts out the fan favorite Great Thing. Super Darius on the CD-ROM would be the first version of Darius to include all 26 bosses as originally planned in the arcade. This version also includes a boss rush and the original arcade soundtrack as Red Book audio. I am sad to say that I own this, the Super Darius on the CD-ROM, and I have a PC Engine CD, but I ran out of time to try it, so... Alright, I don't know what to say on there. Please understand.
Yeah, I
barely played it.
I didn't actually boot up the Super Darius version either. I wish I would have, but I spent the time that I spent on the PC Engine side was with Darius Plus, which was still pretty good, and I actually quite like the soundtrack arrangement on that.
I do too. Because the CD-ROM version does have the arcade accurate soundtrack, but I was hoping it would be arranged in some way. I remember, but the HuCard version has it doesn't have Red Book audio. It's an arrangement of the soundtrack, and it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, I found it to be atmospheric and moody in a good way.
Yeah.
A limited print run of HuCards were also made as Darius Alpha, which was the boss rush mode missing from the HuCard release, Darius Plus, but only with the 16 bosses from Plus. Well, that sounds about right. It's like when you're talking about Gradius versus Gradius for the MSX versus Nemesis, and it just all starts blending together.
Yeah.
Yeah, Darius Alpha was a promotional release and was only available via coupons included in Darius Plus and Super Darius game manuals. Both Darius Alpha and Darius Plus were developed with the Super Graphics hardware in mind and enhanced on the system, but also play on standard PC Engine consoles. Now, obviously, with being the home ports, all these home ports were made for single screen. Darius Alpha is something that I tried and I like, but I think at the time it was $1,000. I'm sure it's more than that now.
It's shot up like through the roof. I before the podcast, I looked up. I wonder what Darius Alpha is going for, and I saw a copy of it going for, I think it was like $400, and I was like, that's a lot cheaper than I ever saw it for. That's not that bad. And then I checked, and it was a repro going for that much.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, okay, what are the real ones going for? And they were going for, thousands of dollars. So I think I'll give up on trying to grab that release.
I know we talked about Genesis shooters, but recently Guru and I received our copies of Lemony Down, and I saw people trying to sell that for at least a couple $100. And then, of course, the original copies are going for a couple thousand.
Yeah, that kills me. I missed out on that pre-order window, and now it's like just as expensive to get the
Oh
the
no.
reprint.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Hopefully, I'll find it somewhere. I did manage to find like Glay Lancer after the reprint window, and so maybe I'll find Eliminate Down.
Yeah, Galalands is a weird one. It's like, and people, they printed it once and they said, oh, we didn't need demand, and then they printed it again, and then they printed it again. It's like 3 times they printed it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just that popular or if that was just because they could or what's gone. Then they came out with the Switch port, and the Switch port got a dual pack release, which, no, it's from Limited Run, right? So I expect that to release before anything from Strictly Limited or, Dispatch Games, but...
It's hard to keep track.
Oh, there's so many. That's sort of the thing, is that there's so many of these reprints now that are coming out, and it's cool when it's something that hasn't come to North America, but when it's just sort of like, oh, this game came out in Europe, or this game came. Well, I shouldn't say when it's something that hasn't come to North America, you could put Rodland within there, but when it's something that's just sort of, oh, look, this is just a reprint of something that's already there. To me, it makes it a harder sell, but again, I didn't do it with the Shmup Anthology, the Toe Plan one, because it was stuff that had already come out on the Genesis. But then I saw that thing shot up, so I don't know if it's just because we're in a bubble or people just really love getting their hands on official licensed reprints.
I think there's got to be demand for it, and obviously, when people miss out on the original run, those only go up in price over time. So even though like Steel Empire was a standard release, it'll be much cheaper to get the reprint than to get the official cartridge. But I mean, Steel Empire is not crazy expensive. I don't think so.
Right.
Yeah, I think that the only one that might be not crazy expensive, but might be more expensive than you think it would be the Game Boy Advance version, because I think that only came out in Europe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but as far as like the original Genesis version, that shouldn't be too bad. So Darius Plus. Now remember, this is spelt with the plus symbol, so those of you who are old enough think like Prince. Instead of written like the PC Engine release, was a microcomputer release that served with a different take on the formula and is not considered canon. These released in 1989 on the ZX Spectrum, Amiga, and Atari ST platforms. I didn't have a chance to try Darius on the ZX Spectrum. Anybody try these?
Euro Darius. I haven't actually tried them, but if you have the collector's edition of Cosmic Revelation, the one that came with G Darius and Darius Burst ACEX Plus, that comes with a book with an interview with the people who made Darius Plus.
Oh, yes.
I gotta try it out, Darius on the spec. Yeah, I'm sure that in all of its pastel glory, it might just be an interesting sight. Heck, I played Fantasy Zone on the MSX. I think I can stomach it.
Huh.
So Darius R is a sort of a remix of Darius for the Game Boy Advance system, released in 2002 from Pacific Cyberworks Limited. Now that is a early 2000s company, if I've ever heard of one. You got Pacific in there, you have the word Cyber, and you have Limited. It just lines up really well with Jack's Pacific. It reworks.
Oh, yeah.
It reworks the game and adds some levels, and is more of its own thing than true port of the Darius arcade game. Strangely enough, it includes music from G Darius, Darius Gaiden, and Darius 2. This isn't a well-regarded game, and it's quite expensive, and it's sort of a neat curio. So, shelf candy.
Yeah.
Darius initially got a full arcade version released via Hamster's Arcade Archives line in 2016 on the PS4 in Japan. This was later revised to include old, new, and extra versions, as well as the usual caravan mode. This version, it also gets standalone physical release in 2016 as Darius 30th Anniversary Limited Edition for PS4 alongside the re-release of the soundtrack.
Yeah, that's like the forgotten physical version of Darius. It's also quite expensive, even though it's just the one Arcade Archives title.
Yeah, whenever something like that happens, I just picture collectors coming out like zombies, just going rare. So, yeah, I get it. I mean, at this point, it wouldn't surprise me if we come out with one that says Darius wasabi version. It's extra spicy. So, all three major arcade revisions of Darius were compiled by M2 for the Darius Cosmic Collection in 2019, including Darius Plus and Darius Alpha. While a Mega Drive version was planned in development in the 90s, it was cancelled and never saw the light of day. That is until Our Heroes M2 in 2019 included it on the Sega Genesis and Mega Drive mini console. It is a port of an Arcade Extra version, and it's based upon the work by developer Hideki Konishi. It includes both a conversion of the arcade game as well as a 26 boss mode, which allows each zone to have its unique boss. It also includes boss rush mode, and selecting Tiat in the options menu allows you to play on easy mode when you deal higher damage and don't power down upon death. This game also removes checkpoints. Yeah, I think the Tiat, we should probably add in that Proco and Tiat are the hero and heroine of Darius, which is just a backwards spelling of Taito Corp that has been cut or halved in a specific way.
Yeah, that's a fun little Easter egg.
The other thing I was wondering is in Darius, at the end of the original Darius, right? They go on to they flee and then they found their own planet. So everybody's a descendant of these two people. How hard is the dating scene on this planet? Well, it's sort of
gene pool.
Well, it sort of reminds me of and this is true. There was a Scottish warrior who became a Zulu chieftain, and he had 130 something wives, and so everybody in that area is related to everybody else. It's just so bizarre that I was sort of thinking of that true story as thinking about what happened after the original Darius. Yeah. Bizarre stories, I guess. Darius Extra version for Genesis and Mega Drive received a full cartridge release in 2021 through Columbus Circle and Strictly Limited Games, including a box and manual. As of this recording, copies are still available to purchase, and this is the definitive extra version of the definitive version of Extra MD, and features the ability to continue extra mode, something you cannot do in the mini version, as well as the ability to change your controls. And it offers all versions of the original game, old version, new version, and extra. It is significantly more stable.
Yeah, this is Boffner actually did a great video on this version of the game, and this is a lot of people's favorite version of the original Darius. So and I can see why. It's probably the most accessible version in terms of difficulty. Like if you're playing as Tiat, it is a pretty breezy clear, and it's got a lot of options. It's just a really excellent port of the game.
Yeah,
it has stuff that isn't in the arcade one. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I cleared Tiat mode or easy mode on my second run.
Yeah.
So there's also a 2022 version of the Arcade Archives released for the Nintendo Switch, PS4, and PS5. The PS4 version got updated, while this was the first Arcade Archive release for the Switch. While most people will skip this in favor of the Cosmic Collection release, it's worth noting that the Arcade Archive version does include some bonuses over the M2 port, including better looking screen options and better sound emulation. Unfortunately, it does not include M2's training mode, save states, or replay saving.
Yeah, it's a solid version of the game, and I know some people prefer the ACA version, but I like instantly saving replays and that kind of stuff in the M2 port. Both are great, and both actually have like very, very little input lag, and they're both solid ports. Just some minor differences between them.
Yeah. I just wish Hamster would do some work on their save state and capabilities.
Yeah, I would buy so many more Hamster releases if they just had like even just 4 save state slots. I actually when I cleared Metal Black, which that was last year's one of the games from last year's Shmup of the Month club games.
Yep.
I had the ACA version, and I had the version that comes on the Egret 2 Mini, and I actually practiced on the Egret 2 Mini because it has more save state slots than the full-blown ACA version on Switch and PS4.
Oh, good grief.
So let's move on to what everybody's here for, this story.
Huh.
Darius, year 201 or 201 invasion. The vicious Belsar have attacked the peaceful Darius system, which now faces absolute devastation at their abominable hands. Darius defense fighters proved no match for the overwhelming firepower of the alien forces, which wiped out their entire fleet in one fell swoop. With nothing left to protect them, the people could only sit and wait for the icy embrace of death. As the satellite bombardments continued unopposed, the scent of despair hung thickly in the air. All hopes of survival had been quashed. But then, from out of the darkness, the morning clouds came a single bright light in the sky. Silverhawk! Like a phoenix brought forth from the embers of a burning world, the bird-shaped visage became a beacon of the planet's last fight for survival. Perhaps the end is not as nigh as it has originally appeared. You know, I can't quite do in a world.
Oh yeah, the trailer guy voice.
Yeah, and I was also sort of thinking when I read the scent of despair. All I could, I don't know, for some reason, Nirvana's "Smells Like Teen Spirit" came up. Well, what is scent of despair? Is that something from Axe body spray?
Yeah,
you feeling the scent of despair? Use Old Spice to chase it away.
Yeah, you know, most of the time when we read one of the shmup stories that inevitably comes either poorly translated in the manual or is just as lame as can be, this actually is better than I would have expected, and is fairly eloquent for a story from an arcade shoot 'em up.
Yeah, it doesn't have wizards coming from the moon or what were some of the, there's some crazy stuff. Well, even Gradius lore in Salamander, where they made that OVA, and I was looking, I think we need drugs in order to understand this.
That or copious amounts of Tex-Mexium.
Oh, Tex-Mexium. Oh.
Tex-Mexium.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is like a 2-page comic book version of this story in an issue of Game Est magazine.
You know, if it's not done in the same style as the 1980s Water World, Sword World, and Air World, I don't know. It's got to have a certain amount of
For some
cheese.
reason, it's done in the style of an American comic book, which is kind of funny.
Oh, instead of a manga.
Yeah, like it's read left to right, and the characters all look like they're from, a 60s or 70s comic book.
Yeah, and in the main Tiad has a perm, right, with shoulder pads, and every one of the people who aren't the non-playable characters all have the shiny gray onesie that everybody's wearing. At one point they said, "Oh, you're not important enough. Go grab a gray jumpsuit and let's get going." Yeah, so as with typical shmup stories on here, it's definitely serviceable and makes for good comic relief.
Yeah. Let's move on to gameplay here. As a lot of the shoot 'em ups from this era, Darius is a 2-button game with one button to fire your main forward shot, and then another to fire the bomb weapon that drops down in front of the craft. And it's also a 2-player game, as we mentioned, with player 1 piloting as Proco and flying the red Silverhawk ship, and then player 2 is Tiat and pilots the blue Silverhawk. Enemies typically appear in squads as they come on screen, and then some of those squads will contain a specifically colored enemy, and when you destroy that one, then that will release one of the colored orbs that you collect as the different power-ups throughout the game. The red orbs are the ones that will increase your main shot power by 1, and you can power up the main shot 7 times to the maximum. And then when you collect the next orb after that, then that's when you actually upgrade the base level to the next level up. And so when you start with the missile weapon, you can upgrade that 7 times to go from a kind of a single stream of shots to a more powerful, and then more powerful again, then to a double stream of shots, more powerful, and then to a triple stream of shots, etc., until you get the triple stream of shots at their highest level of power. And then the next one you grab would be the upgrade to the laser weapon. And if you keep doing that, then with the laser weapon, you'll eventually get to the wave weapon.
You know what? I have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed by the lasers in this game, because if anything else, the 1980s really set me up for how powerful lasers would be in warfare. I mean, look at Transformers, look at G.I. Joe. Lasers did everything, and lasers were the way to go. And it just was a little bit of a disappointment in this game. Well, to be fair, even in Gradius, it was a little bit of a disappointment.
Yeah. I don't know. The lasers in this game are just kind of there.
Yeah, the laser passes through enemies, and then the wave passes through enemies and the environment. And so the laser just doesn't do a lot of damage, and it kind of just reduces your rate of fire for the entirety of the game.
Yeah. And having come from playing other Darius games first, such as Twin, Gaiden, and G, from years past, I was disappointed that, well, I couldn't no miss far enough into the game where I could upgrade enough to actually get the wave weapon. So I never saw it in this game. Sadly. Not even in the Genesis version. Of course, I didn't upgrade enough in the Genesis version to get there, but yeah, I mean, I just never got that far.
I believe, and I'm not 100% sure on this, I believe if you're playing Darius, I'm trying to stick to Darius. I'm trying to move the brain over. In Darius Old, I believe that you can't even get to max power. I might be thinking of Darius 2, actually. Like, Darius 2 on original difficulty, you couldn't even get to max power. And I think on Darius Old, that might be the case as well.
Interesting. You wonder, was that a design mistake that they made? Or, I wonder what the reason was for that.
Well, I know in Darius 2, it was just because the game was deemed too easy and its original difficulty, so they just cranked it up for the pace.
Huh.
But mind you, if you upgrade all the way in Darius Old, you're going to be dealing with super long boss fights, so...
That's true.
Yeah.
Green orbs will upgrade your bomb weapon. So as you upgrade, you'll go from just dropping bombs down in front of you to the twin bomb, which then drops bombs down and then fires them up in kind of a similar arc upwards. And then from there, then you get a four-way bomb that arcs them out up and down on both the front and back of your ship. The blue orbs give you a green shield or force field known as the arm, and then each subsequent pickup will refresh your shield and strengthen it by 1, I believe.
One. If your shield is green, any shield pickup will increase it by 1. If your shield is silver, it's by 2, and I think once it's gold, I think it's by 3.
Okay, yes. I think you mentioned that on the video for your old version clear that you did.
Yeah, because if you have a green shield and you've taken a hit, it can sometimes be worth completely draining that shield to pick up another blue item, because anytime you pick up a blue shield item and you don't have a shield, it'll immediately give you 3 arms, whereas if you have just 1 arm and you've kind of depleted it down to 1 and you pick up another one, you'll only go to 2.
Right. Yeah. And so as we mentioned, you pick up enough shields to eventually upgrade your level from the green arm to then the silver, the super? Am I thinking about that right? And then you continue to upgrade, and then you'll get to the gold, which I believe is the hyper shield. Now the sticky wicket with the gold shield is that if you run into terrain, you'll actually bounce off of the terrain. And so when I was playing on the Cosmic Collection on PS4, I thought I was having a problem with my joystick because I didn't realize this about the golden shield. And I was bouncing off the terrain, and I thought it was something funky going on with my arcade stick, because I occasionally have had some weirdness with it. And so I was thinking, I'm gonna have to give up this stick and go back to playing pad and whip out the hoary fight pad that I have. But someone in chat said, nope, that's just the gold shield. And so it's a little bit of a trade-off getting the gold shield in the original game, because if you pick a stage or a zone that has a lot of terrain, you get too close to it and you're going to bounce off. And if you're not expecting it or you don't react correctly, you can easily ricochet back and forth between terrain and just nuke your shield and die.
Yeah, there were a couple places there where I think Zone B is the epitome of this, and also the worst way to die in shmups. Because realistically, if you were died by the environment and that, what are you going to say? I was killed by a tuba? It's just, and then I also tried out something that's like, the stage selection where you go up to go to the easier stage and down to go to the harder stage. But it moves quite fast. And I tried it and it's like, yeah, you can just die in the stage selection. This game doesn't care.
Yes.
Yeah, you can get smoked in the stage selection, which is fun.
Yeah. I want to say this is the only game that does that in the series. if memory serves, every other game has a more structured stage select.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically like a menu in all the others.
Yeah. I was very upset when this happened to me one time on stream. I had finally got what I felt was a pretty good run on stage 1. No deaths. I had shield or something at the end of the boss fight. And then here comes that wall, basically, or that floor, that rock in the middle of the screen to split the path between the two levels, and burned right through my shield and destroyed me.
See, that's when you wish you had that gold shield to bounce you around.
Exactly.
At least you would have lived, but yeah.
Yeah. Now, something that you noted in the outline that I was not aware of is that you can stack your shields.
Yes. Yeah, a good way to think about, I guess, shields in this game is almost as if they're one-ups, like you can stack up to 25 of them, and the game is generally pretty generous with them. So if you're playing early on and you're entering a stage without a shield, you might get the temptation to just like reset syndrome and keep stacking them, but truly no missing the game without taking a shield loss is pretty hard. But if you can manage that, if you can just master that first stage, which is pretty tricky, all things being honest, the first stage is one of the hardest stages because you're so underpowered. But if you can master that and you can just keep stacking shields, you can get up there really, really high. And especially once you get to silver and gold shield, and every shield pickup is worth multiple arms, you can max it out, and that can really help make some of the bosses quite easy because you can just tank some of their shots. Darius 2 is like this as well, where you can stack. I think Darius 2 might even go higher in the number of shields, but every subsequent game just has a hard limit of 5 shields. No matter how many you collect, the most you can have is 5.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's see. There are also orbs that you can uncover by shooting the terrain or the scenery around you. So these, you get an indication that there's a hidden orb in the ground where when you're shooting or bombing at it, you see this sort of round silhouette that looks like it's the size of one of those orbs. And so if you keep shooting or bombing that spot, then eventually it'll pop out. And that includes the gold orbs, which are a smart bomb. They will damage or destroy all enemies on screen. The silver orbs give you bonus points. And as far as I'm aware, the point values are random, between 50 points and 51,200 points.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I don't know what the significance of the 51,200 is. I know in a lot of these kinds of things, the numbers are significant when they're sort of seemingly random like that, because usually they are some kind of Japanese pun. But I don't know if there's any correlation to that with this particular score.
I don't think so, but I do believe that every score you can get is like a double of the previous one or something. I bet there's some programming reason behind it. You know what I mean?
Right. That would make sense. Because yeah, it's 50 points, 100 points, 200 points, and then on up from there. And then there are a couple of spots where you can get a hidden one up as well, which is just a clear orb with a little mini Silverhawk ship in there. Now, one of the interesting things about the power-ups in this original game is in areas where there's terrain on the ceiling, like stalactites and stalagmites, or an upper barrier of some kind, the power-ups will float up and sort of bounce off the terrain and then come back down for you to collect them. Whereas if there's no terrain there and it's just open sky, then a lot of times those power-ups will float up to the top and they'll be gone. And so in those stages, you have to be very specific about collecting them more quickly. And then I didn't write it in the notes, but going back and looking at footage, I remember now that in the stages that are underwater, they actually float downwards and then sort of bounce off the ground, which is an interesting way to sort of turn that around. The game plays out across 7 stages in a run. And of course, as most people know by now, the Darius series is known for the branching paths. And so even though you only play 7 stages during a run, there are many more than that as you go along. And so you always start on the main stage, the main first zone, or zone A. And then from there, that branches out into 2 stages, B and C. And then depending on whether you pick B or C, then that branches out into 3 additional stages, which would be your D, E, and F, and so forth. So then you're going up by 1 stage every time. By the time you get to the 7th stage or 7th zone that you play, there are 7 different choices for that zone. And which ones will be available to you will depend on the path you've taken through the previous stages, because you always have 2 choices for each stage as you go along. One thing that I was curious about, and I don't know, Goji Guy, if you know about this at all, but I know in some of the later games where there's duplication in the lettering, that there's when there are a couple of instances where there are 2 stages with the same letter. And so I don't know if one of those should be named differently or referred to differently, because in this game there are 2 7th zones with labeled as a V, and then 2 labeled with the letter Z.
Yeah, in I guess the later games, they usually call those Z dash and Z, and like V dash and V, because they they need to double them up, and they'll differentiate them that way. In this game, they don't actually label them any differently in the game, but I guess when people are talking about it, they tend to talk about them in terms of their like overall route. So, I did ACFJOUZ, so that's the bottom Z. Whereas if I wanted to go to the top Z, I could go ABDGKPZ.
Oh, sure.
They don't have special names in this one, but in all later games they would differentiate them with a little dash.
Yeah, it's interesting that because they went with this letter-based system, that they kind of had to double up.
Yeah, except for G and Darius Burst. I don't think because G uses Greek alphabet, and then Darius Burst uses a different layout. So I don't think they actually had to. It's only 3 stages per run in Darius Burst, so I don't think they had to double up any of them.
True. Yeah, that's right. The stages in G are Greek alphabet.
Actually, I guess they would have to. No, I think it's shorter. It's a 5-stage run in G, so they wouldn't need to double up.
Right. In the original arcade release, as we mentioned before, you face the bosses in this order for the first 6 stages. So you'll face King Fossil in A, You'll face Electric Fan in B and C, Dual Shears in DEF, Fatty Glutton in the next set, then Keen Bayonet in the 5th zone, and Iron Hammer in the 6th zone. And then once you get to Zone 7, or the seventh zone that you fight, then that's where you actually see differentiation in the final boss for each route. With the top Zone Z, you get Great Thing. Then with Zone V, you get Strong Shell. With W, you get Green Coronatus. With X, you get Octopus. With Y, you get Cuttlefish. And then Z and V at the bottom again are Great Thing and Strong Shell.
You know, as you're reading these here, I feel like these could also be substituted for Mega Man X bosses. Don't
They
you?
do kind of sound like them.
I mean,
Storm Owl!
yes. You know, or Fatty Glutton could easily be a Mega Man boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Green
see that.
Coronatus. Yep. Great Thing would also be a great Mega Man boss on there.
Well, that's the great thing about these names.
Indeed. More dad jokes per episode than you can shake a stick at.
Yes. Okay. This is something that I was not aware of and was a point of frustration for me, but during boss fights, there is a counter that, a timer that counts down, and if the boss is not destroyed fast enough, then small squads of enemy drones known as Yazuka Takami, will appear and make the boss fight more difficult. I ran into this when I was fighting, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Keen Bayonet. And I was getting absolutely slaughtered by the Yazuka because I was sitting at the back of the screen trying to avoid the fire from Keen Bayonet. And here these enemies are coming in from behind me and smoking me from behind. I was not happy about that.
Yeah. They can get pretty bad. Especially, I think it was Keen Bayonet is a fight that would just go on longer than usual. And so having to deal with the Yazuka and the boss at the same time can get... If I didn't have my missiles powered up enough, so I had front and back facing missiles from up and down, it was pretty tricky.
Yeah. What I'm wondering is, do highly skilled players or score-focused players, do they wait out the Yazuka so they can milk them?
I'd have to check, because I know that in, like, Darius Gaiden, for example, the Yazuka show up, but you actually can't milk them. So I would have to check out some high score runs to see if you can milk them for score. But I mean, yeah, if you milked all the boss parts and you can keep the boss alive, that would certainly be something that you'd want to do.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing them in G. So I don't think they're a component there. But yeah, that was something I was not expecting. And I don't know. It feels like maybe a Taito's way of telling players, hey, beat this boss and move on or get off the cab.
Yeah, get off the cab. They do show up in G, though.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they take a little longer to show up. But
that makes sense, because a lot of the boss fights in G are quite lengthy.
Yeah, they're already long. So it's their way of saying, move on.
Yeah. We mentioned this before, but of course, old version, the original release of the game, did have a punitive rank system that would basically punish you for upgrading your primary shot beyond missile. And then your boss HP goes up with each level that you upgrade. A new version rebalances the game and doesn't scale the boss HP at that same level. So powering up beyond missile isn't nearly as punitive. But I found that some bosses can still be difficult to overcome with the laser, particularly Fatty Glutton. At least with the full missile, you've got a wider area that you're covering with your shots. And so as Fatty Glutton sends out the little fish drones, it's easier to hit them with the fully powered up missile than it is with the laser because it's so thin.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And as we mentioned, in the Genesis or Mega Drive port, playing as Tiot is the game's easy mode, which, from what I read, boosts the power level of your weapons, and you don't default back to your current weapon level when you die. That's one of the reasons why the game is so much easier, because you keep your weapon level, and so rather than going back to just a pea shooter, you remain relatively powered up.
Yeah, it's a great mode for beginners for that reason. And it also, like, if I'm playing Darius Old in the arcade, I pretty much consider it it's either I no miss clear this or I just don't clear it, because if I die and I get sent back to base power level, like, there's not really much I can do against a boss. Fighting a boss with base power level is a real kick in the teeth. Whereas, playing with a version that retains that, it's much easier. But it's actually easier to just try to no-miss that game than to try to recover. Recovery's just harder. So it doesn't really matter if you stock up extra lives, you just need extra shields.
Right. Yeah, and I found that in the Genesis version, which I did manage to clear old and new version in that port, there was one boss fight. I think it was, I don't remember if it was Keen Bayonet or one of the others. It might have been Iron Hammer, but one of the bosses in the run that I was doing, I had trouble with, and I would take too many hits, so I'd end up losing my shield. But then if I die, I could still recover enough and have enough resources by the end of the game that I could still kind of tank my way through the final boss fight.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. I also forgot that Darius Extra version released on Nintendo Switch. Like the Sega Genesis version.
It did?
Yeah, it came out like, I want to say last October?
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Was that part of the Genesis extra pay package?
No, I think it's just its own standalone thing.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm trying to find it and it's difficult to find, so maybe I've gone nuts. But I remember because Sagaya for Game Boy also got a solo release on Switch. And then...
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it came out on Switch and PS4. So if you don't have a Genesis Mini, or if you don't have an original Genesis with a copy, it's I think it's Japanese eShop only, but it's very easy to buy from the Japanese eShop or PlayStation Store. And it's 660 yen, so that's $5 US.
Oh, yeah. Pretty much a no-brainer.
So as far as the graphics go, the three-screen concept allows for a lot of visual interest with terrain and enemy squad layouts. Like there were some enemy formations that would span almost all three screens as they kind of swam around. They definitely seemed inspired by schools of fish or something like that. The game is very colorful and is very high resolution for 1986. So that some of that is obviously because of the scale of the levels with all three screens next to one another. And the boss designs are all fairly interesting, with unique approaches to making the sea life into robotic mechanical beings. And part of that interesting design comes from the fact that they were actually all designed by veteran anime studio Tatsunoko Productions that was famous for Speed Racer, Gatchaman, or Battle of the Planets, Samurai Pizza Cats, all that kind of stuff.
I had no idea about the Tatsunoko connection. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's weird, and I think every Darius game except for maybe the home console games and Burst had Tatsunoko's involvement. Why it had their involvement, I'm not 100% sure, but they're even there in the credits.
Huh. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. We had the Dreamcast port, Technomancer, or what I'm trying to think of the name of it. What was that? Techromancer. That involved the people who did a lot of Macross, if I remember correctly. I'm sure somebody will chime in and go, actually, it says so. Please do an actually if anyone really knows. But I know Techromancer had something involved in there. Then, of course, we know about Akira Toriyama. May he rest in peace with dealing with Dragon Warrior. So it just feels like this is something that just sort of went hand in hand. It's similar to the way that a lot of the G.I. Joe, some of that stuff was handled by people who did Marvel Comics. They were writing for other stuff as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if you're looking for designs to go to people who also were well versed in anime or manga.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense for sure.
I mean, it's not that much different than somebody going to a particular content creator these days and asking for a collaboration video.
Yeah.
That being said, whenever I think of Speed Racer or Maka Go-Go, all I can think of is those darn English dubs where their mouths would move and then they'd speak. So that holds a special place in my heart. That and the Speed Racer arcade game by Namco.
Oh, I've never played that, actually.
Oh, they have it at Galloping Go. I mean, it's okay. It's like there's only a couple of games that were on the hardware, but the reason why it holds a special place for me is I back in the early 2000s I was doing stuff with MAME Dev, and I had a chance to buy a conversion kit for Speed Racer, and I was playing it and never did put in the washers on there, so the steering wheel came loose. And the steering wheel for arcade games are, as you know, heavy, to say the least. So it fell off and broke my foot for a while, so I was hopping along for a bit. And it's the only time an arcade game has actually hurt me.
Really hurt you too, jeez.
Yeah, it's a beefy thing. It's about the size, like the weight you get of an Outrun stand-up arcade machine. The steering wheel is pretty big.
Wow. Well, lesson learned.
Yeah, the same thing too. I could imagine someone calling up, yeah, you got a truck? Well, I'm going to need help moving my Darius cabinet. I'm going to hire a team of movers in order to do that. Or I'm just trying to think of the logistics of moving one of these things with 3 monitors on here.
Oh, it'd be crazy.
2 forklifts, a team of forklift drivers.
Huh.
Well, yeah, it definitely has its own unique style of the graphic, and things are pretty colorful. It does fall a little bit into the Japan-centric or the JRPG or LRPG style of the time where, hey, look, remember the stage? Well, now it's blue.
Yeah, does repeat things.
Yep, it does definitely do. But so did so many stages, right? It can't be faulted for that. The other thing that surprised me a little bit, because the original Darius is something that I don't have a lot of nostalgia for, and I'll talk about later. One of the things that surprised me is there wasn't any mid bosses, right? You're dealing with all popcorn, and then it becomes a boss. And that was a little bit of a shock. But to be fair, I don't remember any, like the original Gradius having that as well, right? It was pretty much popcorn, and then here's the big core. Which, to Darius' credit, has more. It's not big core, but this time it's green every time at the end of a stage.
Yeah, the bosses themselves are pretty good.
Yeah, the bosses themselves have a lot of animation to them. And especially when the fact that you can destroy parts of the enemy and they will react and change their ways.
Yeah.
All right. So we talked a little bit earlier about headphone jacks and sound immersion and putting Joy-Con drift to good use. So let's talk about sound. Sound effects are competent for the time. Explosions maybe a little tad much underwhelming, but thankfully they didn't go the other way of Steel Vampire, where the explosions are just overblown and you think, is it the speakers or is it the game? So, based upon the sound technology in 1986, that makes sense for the hardware. Things are significantly stronger and bassier when playing on a properly maintained sit-down cabinet. It's all about the bass. The chime that signals the warning for boss approach has become a famous element not only of Darius, but of shmups in general, as many other developers created homage to the concept. The only one I don't like is the warning sound that comes with Odomedius. Or I think we played Odomedius Excellent. It sounds like someone just recorded an alarm clock and played it. Every time I was there, I was thinking I was late for work. The soundtrack is an early example of Taito's Zuntata team flexing their creative muscle, as many themes have a unique melodic approach and balance catchy melodies with chiptune instrumental that complements the sound, while contrasting with various flourishes and touches that gave the game its own distinct feel. In other words, if you haven't said before, this game's soundtrack was good enough for people to attach their Sony Walkmans and record it. Good stuff. The soundtrack has multiple CD releases and even a vinyl release, which I'm certain Game Boy Guru probably holds almost a copy of each release.
Yeah, I pre-ordered the vinyl release of this from Ship to Shore, and I did the same thing for Darius 2.
Yeah, I haven't played. I mean, this was like really late 80s, early 90s when I played on our arcade cabinet. It's been a long time. So another weird thing about me, I live probably about 40 minutes at most from Galloping Ghost, so I should be going down and playing it, but it's not like I go, hey honey, just hold on to the kids, I'm going to Galloping Ghost. Although I expect one day Guru's going to show back up at my house and say, get in, loser, we're going to Galloping Ghost.
Yes. We need to do that. Just real briefly here on the scoring. One of the Darius series staples is making sure that you take out all the enemies in a squad. You'll get a bonus for that above and beyond just the base enemy scores. And as we kind of mentioned before as well, bosses have destructible parts that you can take out, and that will of course allow you to maximize your score. And then we also mentioned the Yazuka, which will spawn during boss fights if you let the timer go long enough, and destroy those for points.
I gotta say, it's a good thing you're reading that, because I would have read that as the Yakuza come after you if your timer goes on for too long.
They'll come after you if you damage the arcade cabinet.
That's right. Yeah, no slamming your fist down on the control panel when you die. And then, as mentioned before, the silver orbs do offer points, but of course the values are random. So it's not a reliable means of increasing your score. And then extroversion apparently gives you a bonus for each ship that you have in stock at the end of the game. Is there anything I'm missing, scoring-wise?
I don't think so. It's an older game, so it's a little bit more straightforward. Yeah, those silver orbs gaslit an entire generation. I remember thinking, and across multiple Darius games, oh, you just gotta grab the orb at the right time to get the maximum score. No, it's always random, always has been.
So, see, I thought it was a thing in G where, depending on its arc, you could get a certain point value.
No, you've also been gaslit.
Okay.
I thought it was that way in Gaiden as well. I was like, oh no, I swear. Nope, it's always random.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I guess that's just how it goes. It's luck of the draw.
Yeah, even in Burst, it's still random. I feel like it's an in-joke for the developers now.
That makes sense.
All right, let's move on to impressions and thoughts from the player community. Eat Electric Death says, not gonna lie, this game is a bit rough. Trying out different versions, probably gonna focus on newer extra to 1cc. I can do Zone A without dying out, easy enough, but I'm having a rough time with the game for sure. Gradius Syndrome is very real here. Embarrassingly, many of my deaths have come from running into scenery. Well, you're in good company here.
Yeah, you are definitely not alone in that, because that was a lot of my deaths too.
That's just part of the game.
Yep.
Congrats to everyone, but man, seeing all these 1cc's sure is discouraging me. Still can barely make it out of the third zone, not clicking with me at all. I'm going to give Darius one more college try next week, but it clear seems unlikely. It's just not clicking with me at all, even though I follow the advice of people here and other places. Well, that is the beauty of this club, is not everything's going to click for everybody, but it's just like trying new food in new situations. It's important to try it to know if you like it or not. It doesn't mean that you have to, like with food, it doesn't mean you have to eat it and you don't have to play it, but knowing what it's about and experiencing it is the fun of the Shmup Club, and also learning that other people are like you and also continuously ram into scenery.
Yes. Geriatric Don Maku popped in and told quite the story about this game. As is his typical greeting, he says, "Hello, Earth humans. Darius holds a special place in my heart. I was able to play a real-life Darius full-size 3-screen cab for a few days." And he says in his best Estelle Getty voice, "Picture it. Laughlin, Nevada, March 1988. My parents take me on vacation. We end up staying at Circus Casino Hotel, famous for making several family accommodations. Parents send me off to the arcade while they head off for gambling. I hand to the arcade counter my $5, and they hand me 5 rolls of nickels. Whoa, can it be? Yes, arcade games at only 5 cents per credit. And there is a real Darius. How many of us would have had this as a fantasy? By the time I was finished, that cab would likely have had $40 worth of my parents' nickels pumped in. The realities of the Darius full-size 3-screen cab. Pressing individual fire and bomb buttons 5,295,419 approximate times is tiring. Even at 16 years old, I didn't know there was an option to ask the arcade to activate auto-fire for these buttons. Considering their only goal was to keep the kids entertained while the adults gambled, this might have been a reasonable request. I was not skilled enough to even then to get far. My best result was to reach stage J, which resulted in a top 20 score. The 3 screens do require looking left and right. In modern times, we might see that as a game outcome liability, but I didn't care. What an incredible technical achievement. The sound, I think, was very good, but this was a populated arcade. The volume set by the arcade manager only let me hear about 70% of the music nuance. After these days were over, I really missed the parts of the songs I could hear. In recent days, I've purchased a 21:9 monitor, and a key reason was to be able to play the Darius games in widescreen. Geriatric Ramaku showed a photo that he took playing the game on MAME, and it says, it has always run well with no lag I've ever noticed. The image fill-ins above and below the playfield are part of an optional MAME images pack. My MAME install has multiple cheats, active all the time by default. How else can those of us with jobs and responsibility and decreasing agility stay in the game? Easy. Skill, multiple firing program fire buttons, maximum lives per credit. To stay in the real game with all of you, I'm going to play the Steam PC port version from a few years ago. It offers up a lot of help, but on my screen, the Steam port has always had a major flaw. This problem appears on Darius, Darius 2, and the G-Darius ports. On my setup with this awesome monitor, the left 1 1/4 inches is cut off, and that space is missing from the right side. This problem appears in all the M2 Darius ports, released on Steam. Has anyone else noticed this? Has anyone found a fix? That's interesting. I was not aware of that.
Yeah, me neither.
But I guess it's one of those things that sort of exemplifies why M2 doesn't like doing PC ports. They only do it in situations like this where they're contracted to.
Yeah.
See, I didn't encounter that problem when I was dealing with my dual monitors here, but the one thing I couldn't figure out is I thought that it's like, why is this in the middle? I thought it was like an M2 gadget because the middle had like this dark square, and I'm like, what the heck is this? It's annoying because it makes the colors stand out and different as I'm trying to get through because your eyes instantly focus on any discrepancies and where it was. And I come to find out that it was just a tool that they automatically put on so that way you could line up where the monitor, the edge of the monitors were, so you make sure everything was lined up correctly. I had to go through the options for 5 minutes to find the darn thing.
Yeah, and for final thoughts, Geriatric Danmaku said, "Okay, I'm ready to admit defeat. Never got farther than the 4th zone in any version. The Gradia syndrome is just too strong in this one for me. My closing statement is, F turrets, especially ceiling turrets."
Hyperdrud. Alright, got the Arcade Cosmic Collection off the eShop last night. I'll see where the weekend gets me when I get off work tomorrow. And a later post. Put some more time into the new version. Shears D went swimmingly until I destroyed his claws and got surprised attacked by its aiming attack. Zone H is where it ended for me.
Yes, that aimed attack is nasty.
Yeah, it catches you by surprise, and it moves very fast.
Yeah.
Later post, new version again. Somehow managed to cook Fatty Glutton with a basic pea shooter, then got baited by a bomb at a dead end in Zone L. I know what he's talking about. There are some dead end paths you can go down, and well, they don't have ways through, and you'll just die. Later post, what kills me are the enemies that approach from behind, and without the multi-bombs, you can't do anything about them until they get in front of you. By that point, they'll start firing at you. The turrets in Zone A don't give me any trouble anymore. Later, died twice against Keen Bayonet, accidentally upgraded to lasers in the previous zone, then I learned its pattern and clutched it. What a good feeling. Final thoughts? Darius. I didn't know what to expect at first. Marine life themed enemies, wacky concept, but nowhere near as wacky as Proteus. The pixel art is gorgeous, the background's detailed, and the player ships and enemies are colorful. The bosses are especially pleasing to the eyes. It's clear what their inspirations are just from their appearances. The sound design is varied and the music tracks are unique, with my favorite track being Inorganic Beat, the theme that plays for the city/mechanical stages. I like how the background music fades away and then gives way to the warning alarm, signaling that the boss stage is approaching. Speaking of the bosses, I love how each has an attack pattern and forces you to adapt to them. When I initially lose to a boss and learn their attack patterns, it feels so good to just apply what I've learned and dispatch them near effortlessly. Those are the positives I have. Now for the negatives. Outside of the shield power-ups, I'm not a fan of how long it takes to upgrade your armaments, especially the bombs. I also don't like how upgrading from fully powered missiles to the laser feels like a downgrade. I would have preferred a system where there are pickups for the separate weapon types, and while the weapon still needs to level up, picking up a different weapon at least carries over the level. I would have even preferred a power down pickup like the Black Orbs and Dragon Spirit, so I'm not stuck with the laser when I accidentally level up the missiles. It's not a good feeling when I feel like I'm being punished for making my arsenal stronger. From what little I've played of the later games, this issue is addressed. The level ups are much faster. Overall though, this game is fun and I'd recommend it to those unfamiliar with shooters.
Nice.
SPM says, the game has grown on me a lot. The ultra-wide screen, ship speed, and shot limit offer a unique back-and-forth experience when you stay on the right to shoot more often and speed kill threats before they get out of control, but the game is constantly pushing you to the left. It may trap you if you don't play aggressively. The precision and timing that your shots and bombs require are also interesting. If you shoot carelessly, you'll find yourself unable to shoot again for a bit. And you can aim your bombs in 3 angles depending on their movement. I liked it a lot. Light scoring is good as well and helps with the replayability, but the random value of gray orbs and excessive boss milking are just silly. The extra version is better balanced than the one I recommend, but I miss destroying bullets with just one bomb like in old and new. Those 2 versions may be more fun for casual sessions, easier 1cc's though. Give them a try, but don't upgrade to laser, otherwise that rank turns bosses into sponges. There we have it, the SpongeBob SquarePants effect.
SpongeBoss SquarePants?
There you go. That's one that you had to put onto your stream deck to know.
Huh.
Play aggressive and try to stay in the middle of the screen. They'll try and push you back like there's nowhere until there's nowhere to go. Timing your shots a bit also helps, as does aiming your bombs. The angle depends upon your horizontal movement. You can get 3 angles. Moving forward, you'll shoot further, and backwards closer. Another thing I like about this game is deciding when to upgrade to the next weapon. They all have pros and cons, depending upon the stage and mode. For instance, piercing weapons are good for stages with walls, but golden shield will make you bounce off them and contact will get you killed. Or upgrading to laser after fatty glutton to have an easier time destroying shots before it's too late. Sorry for the wall. I just love this game. It was also an acquired taste for me. Let the Stockholm Syndrome set in. You know, it sounds like he's one of those type of people. I want to just let the world burn. Let's go.
Yep. Overdrone joined in and says, meanwhile, I played a few training stages in Darius' new version arcade tonight. Yeah, it didn't go well. And then, not long after that, posted again after a 1cc. Cheers, guys. I usually try to play new version, which people say is the easiest, but I haven't been powering up past Missile, which makes it impossible if you get killed anywhere but at the last boss. So I tried extra and just powered up freely. Forgot to say, it's set to 26 boss mode on that run. And then addressing me, Overdrone said, hey Guru, I watched some of your runs of arcade. I'd maybe change shot frequency down to 5 Hz on one button and 30 Hz on another for quick kill and point blanking. And that's what you did, right, Goji Guy?
Yep.
Yeah. At least that's how I found it most effective on the arcade version. But if you're comfortable with it on 10 and 20, then stick with it. Actually, it's interesting. This is the only shot triggers related product that allows frequency as low as 5 Hz. Everything else starts at 10. Could have done with 5 or 7.5 for Hishozame, to be honest. The MD Extra only has 10, 20, and 30 if I recall correctly, but 10 is fine on that given the reduced screen space. That's true. Handily, though, it too can have multiple buttons devoted to rapid. And offering final thoughts, some brief thoughts on the game before I head out. Despite some rough edges, the game was revised twice in arcade, I can understand why this is regarded as a classic in Japan. And it's more than just about the triple monitor display and the sound, though that surely drew players in. But the actual gameplay itself is excellent. The shot limit and wide display means aiming is a bit more of a thing than in other Oris, and I like the proactive tactics of tossing bombs further to eliminate ground targets before they become an issue. Overall, I love the balance between memo and reactionary play. Sure, you'll get bodied if you don't know what's coming, but if you mess up, you usually have the ability to bring things back under control. I don't have much issue with the shield hitboxes, as boss fights would probably be too easy if it was narrower. Not a fan of the gold shield environment bouncing, though. The way power-ups work is not intuitive, but even that adds a layer of strategy to a run. It is a pain in the butt powering down on death, being that it takes a while to power back up again. There's no way around that except not dying. Love the graphics and sound, and in my opinion, it's one of the quintessential space shooters from back in the day. I'll say something about the console ports later. And then in a final post, I know I'm late, but I just got the clear on the Mega Drive new version, Proco, clutch, let me tell you. ABDGKQV route. I was all set for the no miss, then got bodied a couple of times by Iron Hammer, who surprised me compared to the arcade version, which I've also been working on. Long story short, I limped into V naked and pea-shootered, lost another life, or maybe two, then took strong shell with no shield and 0 lives. Down he went. Well, congrats on the clutch victory there, Overdrone. That's good stuff.
The skin of your teeth. Mr. Vastiel, I did it, in brackets, 1cc. Well, I'm not touching that game again for a bit. Just realized I'm the first person to post a score/clear here. The route was ABDHMRX. For the record, every attempt I've ever done on OG was, for the most part, blind. My no miss was of the new version actually, so I think that's cool. Might try old eventually. Final thoughts? Now here are my thoughts. This is definitely a severe case of first game syndrome, and that's not even talking about the monster it has for screen width. It's just very rough around the edges. One thing I do like about this game is that arm strength continually stacks instead of just being a fixed value each level. Kinda wish future games would retain that. I know Burst has it, but shh. So now some bosses could be quite frustrating. Especially pointing to Fatty Glutton here because, hoo boy, even if you only bring missiles to that fight. I think it's also worth mentioning that some final bosses are a little easy. Then again, I did deliberately tackle one of the easier ones in my own playthrough. Seriously, bring the wave and Octopus gets cooked like it's nothing. Anyway, this was an interesting time of a game despite everything.
Yeah, definitely not wrong about Fatty Glutton.
Yeah. Fatty Glutton is the true last boss that happens in the smack dab in the middle of your run.
Yep.
Oh, Polony Trigun says, given the arcade version of World, this is arcade version of World. Oh boy, a whole new world. Oh jeez, you can tell I'm tired. All right, let's start this over again. Pony Trigun says, given the arcade version of World, this is going to be tough. Darius taught me what a coelacanth was. I'm a smidge embarrassed about that. But yeah, that's my favorite thing about Darius. It's once a new player recognizes the bosses are all fish, they can look up based upon what they don't know, and know it almost immediately. Some of the boss names do give a bit of a hint. So the PC Android version has its own fatty gluttons. Guard Savage, I do not like Guard Savage. I hate this fish. Trying to go for an all-top route. I hate the fact that Stage 1 has enemies on the top you literally can't deal with unless you're in a very specific position. Unlike Metal Black, you can't really scrape the turrets on the top. This game reminded me why I need to get my eyes checked. I'll start with the fact the arcade version does not translate very well to most TV screens, even though pretty much everyone has a giant flat screen TV in their room. Or, bathrooms, I guess, nowadays, if you got that big 50-inch in your bathroom so you can play Darius. I spent most of my time playing PC Engine versions or PCE versions, both Darius Alpha and Darius Plus, which were much easier and much more approachable, and replaced some bosses with bosses cut from the original game. Red Crab and Guard Savage come to mind. Anyway, the positives. The music for early Zuntata jams is some of the catchiest tunes I've ever heard. Heck, I have Captain Neo as my ringtone on my phone. I still have these songs randomly playing in the back of my head while I work, which is rare for most soundtracks. I tell ya, though, those boss screams do get a bit repetitive, if not super annoying. The graphics are usual fare for Taito trippiness. Heck, I think this is where it first started. The backgrounds are really nice, without being too overbearing, and it's easy to distinguish enemy bullets and what is or isn't a wall. It feels like maybe a YouTube channel that we could try with regarding shmups. Is it a wall?
Sounds like a game show.
Yeah. You thought Squidward games were hard. Get ready for Is It a Wall? I like the system.
All in all, it's just another shmup with a wall.
We don't need no great. Now how many darn songs I got stuck in my head because of this episode? Let's move on. Before, I just remember we talked about Baby Shark. I want to get that out first. I like the system of color-coded power-ups the series is known for, and how grabbing a certain amount of upgrades or weapons so you get a lot stronger as the game goes on. Those boss designs, one of the most iconic things about the series. All the bosses take form of marine animals, and it's really interesting design choice. Makes you kind of think, what is this boss based on? And you look it up, and now you're a marine biologist. Have fun. As Kramer would say, giggity giggity, hole in one. Speaking of bosses, I like how you can shoot certain parts of the bosses off, increasing your score. Extremely useful when playing Darius Alpha or getting the highest score possible. Now the negatives. This game feels like it has the first game syndrome, where the mechanics are there, they just don't know how to really balance it that well. My best example is the bombs and the main weapons. In my opinion, it takes way too long to upgrade from bombs to twin to multi compared to later entries in the series. One thing I noticed is once I start to get a feel for the levels, I have to kind of really hug the right side of the screen just to not get blindsided by anything, which honestly goes against my usual method of playing horror shmups like R-Type, where it's all about anticipation. Some of the boss patterns tend to get a bit overwhelming. Best example being Red Crab, who fires homing orbs as well as homing lasers when you destroy its giant claw. All in all, Darius Plus and Darius Alpha were much solid and much easier versions of the OG arcade experience, and I much prefer that over the arcade original. I will say though, if I were a kid and I saw an actual cabinet, I would absolutely shove my entire allowance in that thing and play for hours. Hey, or if you're trapped in a circus and you got $40 worth of nickels.
There you go.
Nothing's cooler than seeing a giant cabinet with 3 whole screens. Anyways, I give this game a morning. Nice day for fishing, ain't it? Out of 10. And he's got a final thought here. Darius Alpha is basically just a boss rush shoot card, but is extremely helpful in learning a boss's patterns. And it has a time attack mode when you press select on the title screen instead of run. Give it a whirl. Yep. You either emulate it, play. I think it's also on the TurboGrafx 16, isn't it? The PC Engine Mini? Darius Alpha?
I'm not sure.
I think it's on somewhere where you don't have to spend $4,000 for a copy.
Yeah. I mean, it's in the Cosmic Collection for sure.
Right. All right, Super Goat, or as Addicted likes to say, Sup, the Goat. Part of the fun of the shmup of the month is getting me to play games I bought on sale and then never touched. I have a super ultra wide 32x9 monitor, so Darius Cosmic looks great on it. Amusingly, since it's such a good fit, I need to turn off the gadgets because they overlap the game. The built-in rapid fire is a gift from M2. Without it, no thanks. What is there to say? So far, my impression is that for the time, it was a good game, but it has plenty of design elements that show its age. Lots of memo is required because the ratio of enemy movement speed and boss shot speed to your ship's speed doesn't give you an opportunity to dodge, even if your reaction speed is amazing. Often, there's not much on screen, but what is there is very lethal. At least it's pretty generous with power-ups. This is based on the old version. Sounds like any of the versions in Cosmic Collection are in scope for this month. If so, I'll try out some of the others and see if they feel better.
Schlarp says, Darius Extra with Proco is quite difficult. I tried Tiat Easy Mode, and also made it to Zone P with 2,569,750 points, but there is no high score list for Tiat. I think the difference in difficulty is enemy health. When I play Zone A on normal and easy, my point outcome is basically the same, just slightly higher on easy because I catch more enemies. Fine by me not to add an additional high score table for the somewhat hidden easy difficulty. What I do miss in this port is the option to listen to the music. Later on saying, after playing a while on easy, I switched back to normal and made some progress. Slowly getting better with 1,740,500 in the Mega Drive Extra version. I played a bit of Super Darius, but I had the feeling that the large ship sprite makes it more difficult than the Mega Drive version. On that regard, here's a very old video published on Laserdisc, I believe, featuring all levels of Super Darius.
Skosh says, got the Darius Extra MD version. I'm finding this game kind of hard to enjoy a lot. After I memoed a stage, it's kind of better, but I don't know. Darius just isn't setting my world on fire at the moment. I'm really trying to like it. Maybe just a bit more Stockholm Syndrome will set in. Trying the old arcade version in the M2 Switchport today after watching Koji Guy. Great commentary. It feels doable, but not sure I'll actually be able to do it today. Couldn't get the run I wanted, but this is a personal best. Made it to Zone R, boss and arcade old version, but don't have the firepower to get past it. I will say this game is growing on me, to the point where I like to continue for 1cc of this version at least. It just started to play seriously a bit too late. Well, congrats to you, Sarah. That's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, it's pretty good to get all that way from, the game not clicking with you, and then suddenly you made that kind of progress. The named boss asked the question, what in the fish hells is Fatty Glutton? Such a simple boss, but so messed up. Funny theme, though. Best run so far, by the way. I just figured out you can screenshot, so I'm getting used out of it. On World Revision 2 version, so probably new version. Which I think that's World Revision 2 is probably in MAME, I would imagine. I actually just exploded. Holy crap, I cleared it. I cleared an arcade game. I beat Darius New. The route was ACF JMRX. My brief thoughts or whatnot. This game being pretty early and really ambitious, I was expecting it to be super jank, filled with its horrifying 3-monitor setup, but I was shocked at how well it works gameplay-wise. It manages to use the entire 3 screens of space properly in the gameplay, with how important horizontal positioning is. Despite being real old, it's definitely a game that deserves to be remembered for its own merits, and also, of course, for kicking off Taito's debatably biggest shmup franchise. The amazing soundtrack is also of note, of course. I got my first arcade clear ever in the new revision of this game during the month. After fluking into an X zone clear after beating Fatty Glutton for the first time. Because of how shocked I was that it was good, and because it cemented itself in my personal shmup milestones, I'm definitely going to remember this game fondly.
Orc Commander says, starter credit on Darius Extra. Run fell apart on Fatty Glutton onwards. Okay, so the move with Extra Fatty Glutton is upgraded laser and higher hertz auto fire to kill him fast. Died in queue because the stage layout is way different versus old and new and was barely able to make it to Iron Hammer. Looking at the boss now, Iron Hammer, looks like it still dies pretty quickly with wave. In this version, even if you can't abuse the safe spot anymore in the top left corner. Both this and 2 feel like you're designed to play without dying. OG Darius mainly because you lose a ton of power and the checkpoints are generally pretty sparse, beginning of the stage, middle boss. Darius 2 because you lose all of your power and you can't really kill anything in the second half of the game. I've only done 2 routes, ABDGKQV and ABDHMRX, but the last stage on the ladder, X, is kinda cool. At some point, I do want to tackle a route with Great Thing at the end. Each zone has a different final boss. You get Great Thing for Zone Z, I believe. I don't think he's the hardest last boss in Darius 1, which is Vermilion Coronatus, the seahorse, but he definitely is in Gaiden. Later post, lost my shield on the Iron Hammer fight and ate it in V. Think I'm starting to get some of the meta changes in this version extra, but the lack of gold orbs later still kind of stings. And V is just a mess with those gray enemies that materialize out of nowhere and shoot right at you.
Desolus says, alright, here's this morning's high score on new version, liking it so far. I see what Gojigai means about controlling the screen space. If you get pushed back, things can get out of hand really fast. It took me a few to understand what this was. That this was happening with the power-ups. This one made it to Fatty Glutton, but I wasn't prepared and burned through my shields right away. I see if I can get some more time in around lunch, maybe after work. I had the laser when I reached him, but I thought I'd be better off with a triple P shooter to deal with the little fish. High score to the end of the night, still on new version. Had a couple decent runs into K this time with Bayonet ending it for me as well. We'll see if I can inch my way closer to clear next time. New version continues. I made it to a final zone tonight. I think just a little bit more work on learning some of the later game enemies and their patterns, and I should be able to scrape enough in the shield department to carry me on through. It took some grinding, but I finally got my new version clear. GG. Mostly top route, ABD, GQ, QV. I feel like whenever I'm saying these, that we really should use a substitute for like a speak and spell simulator. It took one death about halfway through Zone V and got pretty severely powered down, but managed to rally back and finish the run without any more losses. Despite some fluster moments, I really enjoyed this. There's definitely some questionable brutality sprinkled throughout, so I can understand why it might not be for everyone, but it feels like time well spent. This is mainly focused on the arcade release, so I did complete the run of the Mega Drive port as well. This is my first Darius game, and I enjoyed my time with it quite a bit. Hori seemed to be my happy place. The pacing of the stages feels good, the mechanics are simple and easy to grasp. Nearly all enemy placement and bullet patterns can be learned and accounted for without succumbing to random behavior and raw reflexes. There's a level of satisfaction derived from solidifying a route and attaining a level of mastery over it that randomness can't compete with. The combination of slower ship speed and enemy mechanics, the spaciousness of the 3-screen playfield, and some catchy music all converge to give a very open and different feeling compared to the other single-screen shooters I played. I can start to see the appeal for Zuntada's body of work. The boss death screams have become very iconic and are now forever etched into my mind. That said, this is a game from 1987, a little long in the tooth, and there's some rough spots. Most difficulties aren't particularly egregious and can be managed with practice and few shield charges. The two things that stand out the most are the mid-run boss, Fatty Glutton. I'm sure he'll be a crowd favorite. And the laser turrets that can appear near the end of a run. Fatty's fish projectiles, try saying that fast, are a rather large spike in difficulty over the attacks of previous bosses. Hard to deal with reliably unless you've got adequate missile power, some space, and a couple of shield charges to burn. Without some momentum leading into this fight, ends up being a pretty hopeless endeavor, and if you've upgraded past missiles to laser, you're as good as doomed. Then there's the laser turrets. All those stocked up shield charges you were so proud of in the beginning, gone in an instant. There don't appear to be any iframes to hit, so if anyone gets stuck in your hitbox, it's over before you realize what hit you.
Huh. Yep. Okay, here you go.
Yes. All right, well, here we go. So now we have to go through A, B, D, G, Q, Q, V.
I found a speak and spell app.
There you go. You can use that for all of our future Darius games. You can just use speak and spell. The route you want to use is A, E, X, Y. Yeah.
And rounding out the discussion was Corkman77, who said, I was only able to play just a few times this last weekend, but had a good time with Darius Extra. Original Darius was always a cool spectacle with the 3 screens, but the difficulty in the first level can be off-putting to a lot of players. If you stick with it, you can get past and make a decent run since the next few levels aren't too bad. The extra version on easy is a more approachable way to play this for beginners and intermediate players. Then there is always normal if you need more challenge. The branching paths and the many levels is what makes Darius stand out for me. It keeps you coming back, trying different routes, and seeing what other fish bosses are out there. So thank you to everyone who joined us for the month and, really dug into this game. And apologies, I did not compile the high scores like I normally do. And so, other than what we've mentioned during the episode so far, we won't be highlighting those.
Everyone's a winner.
Yeah. Yes, participation trophies all around. I mean, there were several clears during the month. I didn't manage to clear any of the arcade versions. I got close on Darius Plus, but then, like I said, I got Tiot clear on either new or old version on the Genesis port, and then I cleared both old and new version on the Genesis port. So I felt pretty good about that.
Yeah, I'm interested in I mean, obviously everyone's thoughts overall, but especially what you thought between Darius Plus and Darius Extra on the Genesis.
Darius Plus, I feel like, is maybe what should have been the easiest version of the game, but someone mentioned the large hitbox, and yeah, that is definitely a problem.
It's got the zoom screen, right? So it scrolls a little bit up and a little bit down. So
yeah,
right, yeah,
and I think the levels, generally speaking, are a little bit easier because there are fewer enemies and things. But it also almost feels like a remix because some of the enemy squad layouts and positions are different. And so there's some stuff that doesn't really translate over 1-to-1 between the arcade and the home version. Whereas, of course, Darius Extra version on the Genesis Mini and the cartridge version, that is, aside from the one screen versus three, the layouts and all of that are pretty much accurate to the arcade. So the skills transfer over a little bit more directly. Whereas the PC Engine game, I feel like, has just enough different with it that it is a decent approximation of the arcade experience while also still kind of being its own thing. I didn't manage to clear it. I felt like I should have, but there were a couple of spots where I was one of the bosses, I think, that shredded my shield every time, and I could never get past it consistently. But I will say the Genesis port is excellent. It's not zoomed in the same way, and it just feels and plays so smooth. I would say the Cosmic Collection is the way to go if you want the true arcade experience. But in terms of a more casual way to approach the game, or maybe a slightly friendlier way to approach the game, the Genesis port is definitely recommended, because it is a good way to get into the game, and it's just a really masterfully done port.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a fantastic way to check out the game, and it's more approachable than the arcade version.
So I guess looking at final thoughts, I'm a little bit conflicted on this, because I understand how important this game is, and there are things in this game that I really like. And so it's weird, because part of me feels like the game is more than the sum of its parts, but part of me feels like it's less than the sum of its parts, if that makes sense. There are a lot of good ideas here, and I think a lot of it is executed relatively well, but I don't think it all gels together all the time as well as I would like. And I think that does get better as the series goes on. But the Gradius syndrome is real, particularly with the game in the situation where you don't power up past missile. And so if you get all the way to a full powered missile and then you die, you go back down to the lowest level of power up. And while that affects you less in old version, in the other versions of the game, particularly extra, you just get creamed at the end if you're not powered up. So it does really feel like the game is meant to be completed on one life. And I was never able to do so consistently where I could do that and not tank hits to the shield enough to not lose a life. My frustrations with the golden shield I already made known on stream. It's kind of a weird implementation that they chose, and I'm glad that they abandoned that after this game. Because it doesn't feel intuitive to me. It just feels kind of clumsy, and I'll say it again, punitive, that they would make it so that you bounce off of the terrain in that sense. But at the same time, there's a lot to like here. I mean, obviously, the interesting gameplay loop, the excellent graphics, the cool level designs, the awesome boss designs, the banger soundtrack, and realistically, aside from what I think a lot of other people expressed as well, that powering your ship up does take a long time. And so it's kind of frustrating, similar to how Toaplan games, a lot of the Toaplan games make you pick up multiple power-up icons before you can move up in the power-up hierarchy. This feels similar to that, where it seems like it takes a long time to get to where you have any kind of real arsenal. But those issues notwithstanding, I would definitely say that this is a classic, well worth checking out, and depending on the level of challenge you want and how you approach games, especially when you can play old, new, and extra, there's going to be something here for everybody. My own issues with the way that the rank is implemented in the game does hold back my enjoyment somewhat, but I can still acknowledge that it is a pretty well-designed game, particularly for its time, and really did set a number of precedents that I think were both further iterated upon and improved upon in later games, both in the Darius series and by other developers. And so Darius is hugely important for the impact that it had on the genre.
Absolutely.
I'm curious, Goji Guy, where would you say that, because I know you're a fan of this series, where would you say that this ranks overall in your hierarchy of Darius games?
That's tricky. I would say that I would say I first started getting seriously into Darius with, I mentioned that I played the original arcade game at Kawasaki Warehouse, and then I got the Cosmic Collection, and I started getting really into Darius when I decided I was going to clear Gaiden, because I always really enjoyed that. And then after that, I did G and Burst, and then I went and did... is that all the arcade games besides 2? Then I did Darius Old, and I think the only one left for me to conquer is 2. So, it probably ranks, in terms of the arcade games, it's probably, second from the bottom. I think that my current least favorite is 2. I still enjoy all the games, so it's not saying that it's bad, but... more than I think where I rank it was just the fact that I never really planned to revisit Darius and clear it. And thanks to some of the other fishermen in the Darius channel on the STG Rev Discord, I was encouraged to hey, give Darius Old a shot. Don't upgrade past Missile and see what you think. And I cleared it and I was like, oh, this is actually a pretty fun game. So I was surprised how much I enjoyed it once I gave it a fair shake. And once I understood that, you're kind of fighting for screen real estate. You're trying to stay over to the right as much as possible. I enjoyed it way more than I thought I would for a game from 1987. Especially a shmup. Some of the shmups from 1987 that I have played, I would play for a bit and be like, hey, that was fun. I'm not going to clear that. Some of the Toaplan games from then, I'm just like, I understand the historical significance. They are fun, but they are brutal, right? And I appreciated how this game is not so brutal in some ways. It still has some hard moments, but it is forgiving, with the shield system and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I was really glad that I gave it the fair shake, and now I've cleared Old twice, and I cleared Extra MD once. I'm probably going to play some more Extra MD. I agree with everything you said about that port. It's great.
What about you, Addicted? Any additional thoughts on this?
For me, this is one that's a little hard to place because historically has great significance. But is it something that I would say to get people engaged? I don't know. It's a hard... without having that special peel of the cap to me, it feels sort of like I'm playing, and without nostalgia. I feel like I'm playing or looking at some version of Gradius. Right? Gradius 1 is something that kickstarted so much, just like Darius. But if I were to go and recommend them to play, would I go say, hey, play Gradius 3 on the Super Nintendo or Super Famicom, or play Gradius 5? Where would you tell people to start? And you could certainly go with Darius and play this here, but it has its rough edges. And if you were to play this just without any nostalgia, without looking with rose-tinted glasses, or play with all these extra modes and all the stuff that M2 has done, I would sort of lean more towards G Darius or Darius Gaiden. Those to me have a lot more playability and might speak better to pulling new people in. Now, as far as historical significance, you can't underscore Gradius 1 or Darius 1, right? Those really set the tone for what shmups will be going forward into their, right, we've gone from proto shmups and now they are going into, or just about to start their teenage years. The shmups have defined what they had wanted to be in their formative years. So it's hard. If someone were to ask me, I want to play Darius, the original one, what would you say? I'd say try playing maybe some of the console ports first, and then go back to the arcade release. It sort of seems to, different people seem to strike up different identity or different attached to different things for these different ports. I think it's again a testament to its impact upon shmups in general, the fact that it constantly is, I mean, even to this day with the M2 receiving different and new ports and new features. But I think that as all these features also remind me that the original one was flawed. It wasn't flawed due to any part in the development, it was just because it was the first one. No one had done something like this before. So I enjoyed the time with my game, but if it was something that I would come back to, I would rather play Darius Gaiden or I would play G Darius.
That's fair.
It just wouldn't be my first. And to be fair, along with the same lines of, as I mentioned with Gradius, right? Gradius 1 would probably not be my first pick for people. If someone says, hey, I'm looking for a cool Gradius to play, I'd start out by saying, hey, have you played Gradius Gaiden? Hey, have you played Gradius 5? Hey, have you played Gradius 3 on the Super Nintendo? Playing Gradius 1 with the same enemies and stuff, you can see its age. Unless you have appreciation or rose-tinted nostalgia for that, you're just not going to get. I think the only game that I have played maybe just a couple times that still felt new and fresh to me was the original R-Type. The original R-Type has enough, it's still rough around the edges, but it has enough of what you'd have the modern formula for a video game, where you have the popcorn followed up by the mid-sized enemies or mid-tier, and then followed up by your boss at the end, that make it feel as though you're playing more of a modern game than it really is. I think Darius played at a circus sitting underneath a subwoofer, being immersed like a ride at Disneyland or a dark ride, or the first time that someone plays Afterburner. It's more about that experience that grabs you. And I think if I had that type of experience, or more of that type of experience, I would feel differently about the original game. I have a strong connection. Heck, I played the Tiger.com, or the Tiger Electronics version of Afterburner, which is absolute dog. but I love that thing because of the memory, the nostalgia, and the feeling I had of walking up to an Afterburner arcade game and just being blown away by the lights flashing, there's stuff going on. I mean, really drew you into that world and drew in that machine. And the people who played Hang On, the same way, right? Or people who did the sit-down cabinets. There's something special about those type of cabinets that draw in a player. I mean, I was at Great Wolf Lodge recently, and they had the Raw Thrills Jurassic Park. I mean, this style is still drawn in people, or even the Halo gun shooter, like the Operation Wolf that's out there. That's another Raw Thrills joint, and that gets you immersed because you got a widescreen monitor, you sit in front of it, and it's just you in the game. I think that all of this is very effective. I just can't say Darius by itself is something that it would be my first go-to when the formula has been refined and improved upon so much in the subsequent years.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, it's even though I don't have the nostalgia for the game, obviously, but I still enjoyed it. I would also, if someone was like, "Hey, I want to play one of the Darius games," I'd be like, "All right, Gaiden, G, Burst. They're probably better first goes."
Or if you wanted to go really easy, you could go with Darius Twin. That game has more safe spots than Swiss cheese as holes.
Huh.
But yeah, I think overall, I would still recommend it. As I said, would recommend Darius. I think it's one of those games that definitely has staying power, but it's just the question is similar to what a person's interest, right? Some people gravitated towards the PC Engine version. Some people love the Super CD-ROM version. People loved Alpha. Some people love the Hamster version. Some people love the M2 version. Some people love the M2 version Genesis port. You really don't know which one's going to do it for them. I guess similar to someone's going to ask me if I want to play R-Type. I want to get in the R-Type series. What should I do? I'd almost say, hey, try R-Type Delta.
Sure.
Because I know you're going to have a good time. I know you're going to be excited. But if you want to try something after that, you're excited, go for it. Try this. It's maybe a little bit more rough around the edges, but it's where everything started. We're looking for that, as Mark liked to call it, the gateway shmup. So again, that's just my take on where we're standing. Historically, great importance. Playability, I think the formula has been improved upon, where you can make a recommendation that almost anyone who gives it a shot would enjoy it. So let's talk about what comes next. As we record this, we are knee-deep in July, and I have to say thanks again for everybody for working around this crazy recording schedule. So we are currently playing Darius Gaiden, and in August of 2024, we're going to close out the Summer of Sashimi with Darius Burst. And then after that, I don't even remember what we're doing, but it's a shmup. I can guarantee that.
I hope so.
Yeah, we'll announce that in next month's episode.
Yeah, I don't remember. I know what we're doing for October, but I can't even remember what we're doing for September. I know it's not Darius based. That much is certain.
Right.
All right, so I'd like to give shout-outs to Etrem for the logo. I'd like to give shout-outs to Game Boy Guru for the parrot dogs, and I would still like to see, I don't know, what would you call a collection of parrot dogs? A flock? A gaggle? I don't know what you call it. So like what we're wondering earlier with the, what do you call a vehicle-only shmup?
Yeah. Ground vehicle shmup.
Someone would probably just say lots of fun, but we'll see. So thank you very much for keeping us entertained with the streams and helping to keep this podcast going. And the Redbubble shirts that seem to be delisted every 3 weeks. Also would like to thank Goji Guy for working around the schedule again and being on this podcast to add much needed detail and flavor for this podcast. I couldn't do it without you.
Happy to be here. Long time listener, first time caller. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, it's great to have you. Also, make sure you check out the merch shop for Shoot the Corecast logo shirts and Boss Pro Shmups shirts that, of course, have the Golden Ogre from Darius Sky Den on the design. And I guess with that, is there anything else we need to mention before we're done?
I just realized that Darius, the series, has outlasted Red Lobster. That's quite an accomplishment.
Oh my.
That and somebody needs to get on making SpongeBob SquarePants the shmup.
There you go. Okay, well, I guess with that, we will say thank you all for listening, and we will catch you next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.